welcome to my birthday stream. This 34-year-old man is going to play a pretty old game. It's not 34 years old. I'm older than Baldur's Gate. Thankfully, I don't know. Baldur's Gate is pretty old, but this game came out when I was a teenager. I freaking love it. It's great. Yeah, I'll give folks the usual few minutes to trickle in. And I'm going to. I'm not sure how well I explained exactly what I've been up to or what my current strategy is. So I had a few thoughts I wanted to express at the start. I got complaints about my mic being quiet, so I'm damping it a little less. That just seems to be a really game-specific tweak. Like, whenever I switch games, it seems like I've got to tweak the microphone settings to get the balance just right. But let me know how this sounds as you have a chance. So what we're up to at the moment is we're getting the party together, and I'm rushing it, obviously. And the reason is, basically, when you recruit NPCs in BG1, the game sets them at one of 3 level benchmarks. You can recruit typically a level 2 version, a level 4 version, and a level 5 or 6 version, depending on your own character's, your protagonist's experience level when you recruit a party member. It's very important to... Oh, hold on. It's very important to recruit them as early as possible and get that level 2 version so that you can control as many of their level ups yourself as possible. The computer makes really, really bad decisions. It accepts suboptimal hit point rolls. And so you want to get the lowest level versions of your party NPCs as possible, which is why I'm taking this time at the very beginning to just run around and recruit everybody. And Carefree 2290 bits. Thank you so much, my friend. Thank you so much. Hey, I got a special emote thanks to your mega cheer. Thanks for the fight fry. I have no idea what that's about, but it's kind of cool. Thank you so much for the cheers. It's always such a joy to have you in the stream, and I thank you so much for the support. So, recruiting NPCs is sometimes pretty straightforward. Sometimes they just join you and you're good to go. Like we've got, I'll go ahead and fire up the game. It's been long enough now. Thank you for the birthday wishes, by the way. Thank you, His Headness. Martin, it's good to have you here. I'm glad the timing worked out. And Sailor Girl, thank you. Thank you for the birthday wishes. I appreciate it. So yeah, I'll go ahead and launch the game now. But so we have 5 of our 6 final party members already. Obviously, you don't have to worry about your protagonist leaving. That's not going to happen. And of the folks I have recruited so far, Ajantis isn't going to leave, and Imoen isn't going to leave, and Viconia is not going to leave. The others, we have little quests to perform in order to lock them in that we have to do in a timely fashion. In order to lock in Jaheira, all we have to do is speak to Baron Gastkil in Nashkel. That, I think, actually will technically end Chapter 1, but that doesn't matter, that's fine. While we're in Nashkel, we can pick up Minsk, and we will have to immediately do his quest to lock him in. Once that's done, we're going to go back to the first map and start thoroughly exploring and moving slowly.
Yeah!
The way I like to do. So for now, we want to make a beeline to Nashkel. It looks like we can get the high hedge. I'm going to start that way. The journey took 1 day and 20 hours.
With Helm's blessing.
So I would like to avoid any combat, any random encounters. Just, as I said, make my little beeline to Nashkel. So if I go to the east edge of the High Hedge map, I should be able to go directly to Beregost. Hi, Ethan. F for Khalid and F for Dynaheir. Well, Dynaheir's not dead yet, but she certainly will be. Alright, Beregost, we should be safe at the south, but we're just going to cut directly south. Yeah, yet, exactly. Now the Knoll Stronghold is going to be a bit of a drill, because I don't really want to, explore it, and I certainly don't want to fight the Knolls, but I have to get, obviously I have to get in and speak to Dynaheir and get back out. So, it's going to be an exercise in save scumming with,
I must rest.
Imoen's stealth in order to actually get us through. Usually the edges of the map are the safest places to walk if, like me, you're trying to avoid combat. Let's rest. Stave off that fatigue. It's the travel times between maps that have been getting to everybody. Why is removing the fog of war so satisfying? It's a good question. It really is, though, isn't it? Alright. Now let's head south. Really hoping not to run into anything. He says, as he
This
immediately...
course we take is beyond all tenets. Yeah!
Aegiantus is mad that our reputation is low. Our reputation dropped from 10 to 8 because we took Viconia into the party. But we'll build it back up soon enough. And in BG2, I think I discussed my final Throne of Ball party in the last stream as well, but yes, in BG2, the final party is going to be...
As you will.
Protag, of course, Imoen, Jaheira, Viconia,
With Helm's
Mint,
blessing.
and Kelborn. So yeah, that's the only substitution between the games. Hold on, my mother is calling me. Hey Mom, what's up? Thank you. I'm actually in the middle of a Twitch stream, so I shouldn't talk long. A Twitch stream, so I shouldn't talk long, but I did want to pick up, of course. Well, I'm available, but watching my emails and everything. Well, this evening, Tiffany's got a thing from 4 until 6 or so for that. No, they're all meeting us up there tomorrow. Just Ethan actually isn't coming. It's just gonna be Nick and Chris Dan. Yep. Yep. 6 people total. Lucy Goosey should be there by lunch. Thank you. Love you. See you tomorrow. I mean, when your mother calls on your birthday, you have to take it, right? She just wanted to say happy birthday. Alright. But as you might be able to tell, those enemies are random. They just have a chance of popping up as you clear the fog of war. So let's go to this next map.
With Helm's blessing.
Same idea, we're just going to try to get all the way south without running into anything. You got new emotes with that cheer. That's awesome. Yeah, I did too. I'll have to look into exactly what happened there. I think that when you reach a certain threshold of how many bits have been cheered in your channel, Twitch unlocks new emotes. Something like that, anyway. It's pretty cool, though. Don't worry, the game will get a lot more interesting once we get to actually exploring and fighting things, but we'll benefit a lot from these preliminaries in terms of power. Like I said, the biggest drill is going to be getting in and out of the Knoll stronghold. Here's Nashkel.
With your hurried flight from Candlekeep barely behind you, the troubles facing the Sword Coast seem an unfamiliar blur to your fractured nerves. Gorion would not have you sit idle, however, and perhaps investigating local concerns will shed some light on your own predicament. How the iron shortage or the trouble in the Nashkel mines could possibly be linked to you, you have no idea.
That's it. Speak to the mayor of Nashkel. I have arrived in Nashkel. If I am going to look into the iron crisis, I should speak with someone in power who might have useful information for me. Perhaps the mayor will be of some help.
As you will.
Yep, we're in Chapter 2 now. Alright.
Stand away, citizen!
Bartolin. Identify yourselves. We are the party of Travis, seeking a place to rest between adventures. Or two. I am Travis, and this is my band of fellow adventurers. I hear that this is a troubled region of late. Allow me to put ourselves at your disposal during our stay here. If you're seeking to resolve troubles, welcome. If you're seeking to cause them, kindly take it elsewhere. Things are not good here, Travis. You'll have no trouble from us, I assure you. What things aren't good? All I have heard are rumors and vague suspicions. Aye, what is good around here anymore? Iron is rotten and there is talk of demons in the mines. The lower levels have been all but abandoned until this crisis passes. And then there is the question of Commander Brage. Ack, they have stripped him of that title, but I use it yet. He killed his wife and children in a rage one night, and all who saw him. Then he tore himself away and headed for the hills. He is out there still, and still we mourn, as much for him as for those he's taken. Fie on you now, you have brought tears to the eyes of a soldier. Journal updated, troubles in the region, rumors and happenings. Apparently the iron coming out of the Nashkel mines is rotten, and there are demons in the lower levels. Furthermore, a member of the guard named Brage went on a murderous rampage and is still loose. Nashkel is a troubled city indeed.
I will show you justice.
We're going to ignore Rasad for now. We're going to ignore everything we can. Maybe it's different in the Enhanced Edition.
For the glory of
But, in the originals, you didn't have Jaheira locked in until you actually spoke to Baron Gaskill. So we're going to do that, and then we won't have to worry about Jaheira leaving. Hello there. I recognize Jaheira in your group, so you must be the adventurers I was expecting. I am Baron Gastkill, Mayor of Nashkel, and I am happy to welcome you. I am sorry we had to meet under these circumstances. 1. Save your pleasantries and answer my questions. How did you know of my plans to come to Nashkel? 2. What exactly is the trouble here? 3. I am sure you have mistaken me for someone else. I don't know you at all. 2. What exactly is the trouble here? I can't believe you haven't guessed. Have you heard of the iron shortage? Well, Nashkel is in the thick of it. I missed Reapers. Hello. Hi, Reaper. Thank you for the birthday wishes. Good to have you here. I can't believe you haven't guessed. Have you heard of the iron shortage? Well, Nashkel is in the thick of it. Our mines are all but shut down because the workers continually go missing, and what ore we do get is tainted somehow. I would send in the town guards, but we need them to protect our citizens from the bandits that raid our caravans. We need you to find out what is wrong in the mines southeast of town. Oh, for fuck's sake. I shouldn't be annoyed. It's all birthday wishes. Alright. I will do what I can, or I'll need an appropriate reward for my time. Thank you. You will be the toast of the town if you can help. There we go. Troubles in the region, rumors and happenings. The mayor of Nashkel, Baron Gastkill, has asked for my help. I am to go to the mines southeast of Nashkel and find out why the miners have been going missing. Something has also been tainting the ore, causing items made from it to be easily broken. Finding out what is down there is the first step in slowing the effects of the iron shortage. Journal updated. Visit the Nashkel mines. Baron Gastkill has informed me about the situation at the Nashkel mines. I should make my way there to investigate the source of its problems. It lies to the southeast of the town, and I should be able to arrive there quickly. I haven't received any gifts yet, Carefree. That'll probably happen at the cabin this weekend, when we have the formal celebration. I suppose I would say that your cheer was a very nice birthday gift. The first one I received. Alright. Memory serves, Minsk is down here. Yes, there he is! Alright, get ready, boys. Here's everyone's favorite.
Stand and deliver, that my hamster might have a better look at you.
I agree, Boo. They look to be friendly. Greetings, we are Minsk and Boo. We have traveled far to explore this land, but now my charge Dynaheir has been taken from us. 'Twas Knowles, and once we have tracked them, I will beat sense into their heads until they release her. Accompany us, and bards will sing the deeds of Minsk and Boo and friends. The classic dilemma of the damsel in distress. How could anyone decline? It is not my problem. I'll not risk my skin for a stranger's neck. Excuse me, but are you speaking to a rodent? I'll play along. The classic dilemma of the damsel in distress. Take heart, fellow adventurers, for you have curried the favor of Boo, the only miniature giant space hamster in the realm. My friend and companion ever since my head wound. He will lead us to victory. Onward to the Knoll stronghold in the west. Tarry not, we must go soon. I have agreed to help Minsk rescue his friend.
Is my life.
She is held captive at the Knoll stronghold far west of Nashkel. Alright, so now we need to lock Minsk in, which means we need to go to the Knoll stronghold and rescue Dynaheir. Minsk is definitely a frontliner. He'll go up in front of... He'll go behind... I'm even going to put him in front of me for the moment. So yeah, so we'll have Enchantis, Minsk, me, Jaheira, Viconia, and Nimue. And yes, Reaper. Baldur's Gate is based on Advanced Dungeons & Dragons 2nd edition. Alright, let's look through Minsk's inventory. He's got leather armor, a two-handed sword, and one of his quick items is Boo! Boo is a fuzzy little hamster. While Minsk believes that Boo is a miniature giant space hamster, you are rather certain that the tiny rodent is just a normal hamster. And let's read his bio. So he's a level 1 ranger. Good, good. We recruited everybody in time. Now we just need to lock Minsk in. Let's read his bio. When asked about his past, Minsk proudly announces that he is a berserker warrior from the nation of Rashaman in the utter east. He is currently undertaking his Degema, a ritual journey to manhood, and is seeking adventure and glory in battle. It is also his honor to be the bodyguard of a young Wyclarian of Rashaman named Dynaheir. And if anyone tries to harm her, he will beat sense into their heads until they reconsider. He is unsure as to why she has led them to the Sword Coast, but his loyalty is unquestioning. If he serves her well and distinguishes himself in battle, he hopes to be accepted into the Ice Dragon Berserker Lodge upon returning to their homeland. So far, Minsk considers his most notable experience in the world abroad to be the acquisition of his animal companion, Boo, a creature that he claims is a miniature giant space hamster. Apparently such things do exist in the realms, but Minsk has surely taken too many blows to the head. He seems a good-natured fellow, but is all too willing to indulge his berserker nature. All right, so there we go. Now, of course,
As you will.
we need to deal with the Knoll stronghold. Like I said, that's going to be a drill. Kind of unavoidable. But we need Minsk locked in. We can't have him getting pissy and leaving. That's off to the west of Nashkel. So my plan is to just save scum and use
I will show you justice.
Imoen's stealth to pop in, speak with Dynaheir, get her killed. Because Minsk is locked in once you speak to Dynaheir inside the stronghold. It's not hard to do. Let's get after it. Having everybody is worth an anchor save, I think. Off we go. Nashkel Mines to the south. We do have another
Yeah!
map screen to get through. My +9 party hat of celebrations. I have indeed. Hi Maya, how are you? Good to have you. I'm almost done with what you might call the preliminaries. I've got my whole main party recruited. I just need to lock Minsk in by finding Dynaheir at the Knoll stronghold, who I will promptly kill off because she's useless. And then I can have Minsk without his baggage, which will be perfect. Yeah, and in terms of the mechanics, it's probably pretty easy to see I got everybody in time. So I got the level 2 iteration of Ajantis, I got Minsk at level 1, I got Jaheira at level 1 in both of her classes, I got Viconia at level 2, and I got Imoen at level 1. So mission accomplished in that respect. I get to control everybody's level ups to the maximum possible extent. Bears will turn hostile if you get too close to them. So I'd like to avoid that, obviously. Can't remember.
I must rest.
Huh. Yeah, I think I need to go south. I don't think there's a gap over here in this direction. Fuck's sake, stop texting me. Yes, they will clash, but you can avoid that with save scumming, and that's what I'm going to do. All right. forgot I had to go through 2 maps.
Yeah!
I'm not going to bother resting again until we're actually at the stronghold. Which I think is to the south of here. Oh,
yeah!
Don't fucking spawn hobgoblins on me. Cheesy little bastards.
Yeah!
Alright, nope, they're spawned.
As you will.
I must rest.
With Helm's blessing.
Maybe we can loop up and... Oh, God, a bear.
Spare no one!
And more hobgoblins. Well, this is not going well. Rather suddenly not
As you
going
will.
well, too, I might add.
I must rest.
Spare no one!
Yeah!
I must rest.
Forward march! Spare no one!
This is annoying.
With Helm's blessing.
It's gonna be a bit of a drill, but maybe we can just
I
run
must
past.
rest.
Maybe we can just run away. Oh, thank goodness someone came by. There's a bear on the other side of that bridge, and it's coming this way. Please hold it off. I'll give you anything. Jared and the bear. I have just met Jared, a lone and frightened merchant in the wilds of these mountains. He has just fled a bear, which has apparently laid claim to the other side of this bridge. There we go. Alright. We made it. It's an old stronghold.
You do not dream often,
Oh yes,
but
first
tonight
dream.
the visions are vivid indeed. Long have you walked, but now you find yourself back amidst the stones of Candlekeep. Your former home looms before you, the drab walls just as you remember them. Over the barricades you can see your old room, and you wonder if it really was as small as it appears now.
Hi, Beef
As
Curry.
you stand before
Welcome
the
to the
keep,
stream.
a familiar figure comes into view. Gorion stands before you, but his visage is shadowy and weak. He is dead in your dreams as in life. The phantom of your foster father mutely walks towards
Thanks,
the
it's my
woods,
birthday today.
towards supposed safety, and beckons for you to follow as he did once before. This time you remain behind, knowing what is to come. Before your eyes, phantoms of the past reenact the pathetic scene that must have taken place in your absence. Clad in armor assuredly magical, a figure strides from the darkness. Admittedly a powerful mage in his youth, Gorion is all but helpless before the onslaught. As he falls, the scene begins again, replaying over and over. Each successive viewing makes the unknown warrior all the more impressive. As you stare at the murderer of your former mentor, one thought coalesces in your mind. You will have such power as this. Whatever it takes, you will have all that he does, and more. With that, a passage becomes clear through the darkened wood, and you wonder how you could have missed it. The trees close behind you as you walk, but you are unconcerned. The path feels right, and will assuredly give you what you seek. It seems to promise this in a voice you know, but yet have never heard. The image of Gorion's death replays in your mind throughout the night. You get used to it.
Oh yeah, and so
Yes?
when you have the dreams, you get a power. It's giving me the evil one right now. I got a casting of Larlock's Minor Drain.
You're a this way.
Because remember, we took 2 evil points just for recruiting Viconia. The game really hates her for some reason. Anyway. So we're going to sneak Imoen into the Knoll stronghold to find Dynaheir.
Darkness falls and nature sleeps. Why do we still trump about?
There we go. Succeeded. Thing one is to get past those bros. Done and done. I think I fucked up back there. Yeah, I needed to go the other way.
I'm gone.
How the fuck did stealth break? Doesn't really matter. But it is annoying. Yeah, this is escalating quickly.
I'm gone.
She's still stealthed for now. They're spotting her.
This way.
That time it didn't spawn them in. Go figure. How do you like that? Perfect. Like we're still good. Let's rehide. Excellent. What the fuck, Imoen?
I'm gone.
You need to go where I tell you to go. If I say, walk down into that pit, that's where you freaking go. Perfect. All right. Okay, so we're gonna very briefly.
My honor is my life. Helm, give me strength!
We're gonna have to very briefly make room in the party for Dynaheir. So I'm gonna remove Ajantis.
By Helm!
But we were a team. We were bound by honor. Why is everything always so complicated? Now we'll go back
You're
to
a queer
Imoen.
fellow.
She'll speak to Dynaheir.
I'm gone.
Decency is refreshing. So many we meet are lacking.
I thank thee for saving me. 'Twas courageous to follow the likes of Minsk into battle, if a touch foolish. I have naught to offer thee in return, save my services in battle. Mayhaps I could travel with thee a while, and an opportunity may arise for repayment of my debt. Minsk is, well, Minsk, but he hath a strong sword arm, whilst I am practiced in the arcane arts. Shall we join? You are welcome in my company. One cannot have too many friends. You need more practice if these beasts captured you. I have no need of you. How did you come to be captured by the likes of these creatures? Who are you that you warrant a bodyguard? Yes, we'll do a little bit of dialogue before we kill her off. How did you come to be captured? Alas, we were ambushed in the night. Minsk was overcome by yet another blow to the head, and I was spirited away before he could recover. With but 2 eyes apiece, there is not more we could have done. Certainly 'twill be safer for all of us if we join together. What sayest thou? There is trouble enough watching my own back, let alone yours. You are welcome for the rescue, but now find your own way. Who are you that you warrant a bodyguard? You are welcome in my company. One cannot have too many friends, and we need no one to help us, which? Who are you that you warrant a bodyguard? I am Dynaheir of Rashaman. 'Tis not a title, 'tis just where I am from. We two are indeed far afield of our home, but 'tis a necessary rite of passage. Minsk must make his Dejema by seeking adventure, while I must prove my worth to my sisters in much the same manner. 'Tis an interesting time for the realms, with great things foretold for the Sword Coast. 'Tis therefore a likely place to look for what we need. What dost thou seek on this adventurous road? Mayhaps we can all find what we need together? What I seek is my concern alone. Continue your passages if you will, but I wish none of it. I will endeavor alone. You are welcome in my company. One cannot have too many friends. I have no doubt thou shalt make an interesting traveling companion. After freeing Dynaheir from the gnolls, I invited her to join my group. A mage is always a useful ally. We got 800 experience points. Alright, so let's look at Dynaheir's inventory right quick. She has absolutely nothing. Let's read her character bio before we get her killed. When asked about her past, Dynaheir has very little to say. She is apparently from the far eastern nation of Rashaman and has come to the west with a bodyguard known as Minsk. Minsk is on his Dejema, a rite of passage, and it appears that she may be involved in something similar. Of this, she will only state that great things are foretold for the Sword Coast. She seems very sure of herself, is possessed with an old-world sensibility, and is very demanding of her companions. She has expressed concerns about the sanity of her bodyguard, though she has an obvious respect for him and will not go far from his side. Yeah, but the problem with her is she's the least useful specialist mage class, the Invoker. Okay. First thing to do is get Imolen out safely.
I'm gone.
Same way we got her in. Alright, leaving shadows. That's fine. Invoker is the least useful specialist mage class, yes. It's actually going better than I remembered. There we go. But no divination and no conjuration. It's crazy. Invokers are locked out of 2 schools. Alright. Just get past this guy. Go, Imolen, go.
Me now! Me hungry!
Shoot.
Me now! Me
Ran too far. I didn't want to trigger that. Okay. So the sweet spot is going to be right about
I've done had enough of
here.
this.
For now. No, I just thought I didn't think they were that close, that's all. Okay, good. Alright, we're clear of the gate. The rehide succeeded. Now, let's just run across the bridge back to everybody else. You got it, girl. Go. I'm going to let everybody live for now. Go back and actually explore the beginning maps now that I have everybody, and more importantly, have everybody locked in. Uh-oh. What's going to happen?
That call?
Bye-bye.
As directed.
Dynaheir! No! Kubansa!
Alright. Now let's get Ajantis back.
Yes.
Easy peasy. Well, first we can reform the party to eliminate Dynaheir. And when she's dead, Minsk won't care. It breaks the pairing if somebody's dead. So, bye-bye.
What now? I want
My honor is my life.
No doubt you have returned to your senses and wish to continue our glorious fight against evil. A wise and fortuitous decision. You are mistaken. I do not wish you to return to my service just yet. You are correct. We shall resume our quest to bring justice throughout the land. As it should be. Let's go. All right.
I take honor with this responsibility you have bestowed.
All right. Let's get our order set.
Helm, give
All
me
right.
strength!
That's all the busy work. We have our party. They're all locked in. Nobody's going to leave.
As you will.
Now we can head back to that very first map where Gorion died.
You
And
have been waylaid by enemies and must defend yourself.
For the
actually
glory of hell!
properly explore it. Now I don't mind fighting things. Oh, this quick loot is amazing. Check this out. Like, I don't actually have to go into the piles? That is so cool. A bluestone necklace. That's new, I think. All right. Do I need to pick up the halberds?
Yeah!
Might as well. We'll sell them off. Oh, I cannot save it this time? Well, that's irritating. Alright. All that travel, we'll need to rest. I want to rest until healed anyway. Oh, Baldur's Gate's an old game, and most people are familiar with it. I don't really care if you spoil. I'm certainly very familiar with it already. Okay. Now, we're set to actually explore. Ain't life grand? Yes, I know, the Gauntlets of Dexterity. We'll get them, don't worry. Ajantis is going to end up wearing those. Alrighty. Okay, so when you're exploring, typically one of the very first things you ever want to do is explore to all 4 edges. Like, we're going to fully explore every map, starting with this one. But you want to explore to the edges so that you can travel. So the east edge, in this case, we've already hit the eastern and southern edges, which allow us access to another wilderness area and to High Hedge, respectively. So... Oh, yeah, absolutely. The Gauntlets of Dexterity are crazy good. Alright. So, a few things to do on this map. Not a whole lot,
Yeah!
but... If we follow the road... we're going to get bothered a couple of times. I guess we're going to fight the diseased gibberling first.
Time for a bit of a rough and tumble.
Candlekeep Coastway. I wonder, did they take Colsed out? Doesn't matter. I'll be right back. These are 2 potential companions, Tsar and Monteron. Obviously, we're not going to be using them. I'll probably temporarily recruit them just for, so we can read their bios, and then I'll boot them out and get my main party back. But I'll be right back. Just need to use the restroom. Well, it depends. I mean, I'm biased toward the Flail of Ages. That's why I made my protag proficient in flails. He's eventually going to be wielding the Flail of Ages +5. Alright, so let's temporarily boot. Ajantis is easy to boot. And boot Imoen too.
By helm!
Just like that, but we are friends and everything. Been friends for years. I guess I'll just wait till you need me again, because you will. Just wait and see. Now let's talk to Tsar and Monteron.
Butt kicking, for goodness!
We already be disturbed. Now leave me be. Your company be toil enough as is.
Hello there, kid. Rather strange place to be wandering, ain't it? My companion has something to say to you.
Where to now?
Talk
A
to Tsar.
simple task.
Montoran, you are so aggravating! 'Tis disturbing to my demeanor!
A child wandering the wilderness? Surely you must be none too bright to be traveling these roads. And you look a bit scuffed, too. A fine pair of troubles all your own. Indeed, I can offer you healing potions if you wish, as a token of goodwill. I'd be grateful for any assistance. I prefer to manage on my own. I know you not and want none of your help. I'd be grateful for any assistance. Nothing to fear from these simple potions, and I'll not even hold you in debt, though your conscience knows otherwise. Just like all good people, the party has gained an item, Potion of Healing. Perhaps as payment you would go with us to Nashkel. It is a troubled area, and we mean to investigate some disturbing rumors surrounding the local mines. Some acquaintances are very concerned about the iron shortage, specifically where to lay blame in the matter. You would be useful, though I'll not hold you to it. We are to meet the mayor of the town, a man named Beregost, I believe. Your conscience be your guide. There's little else for me to do, I may as well go with you. Go on your way and leave me be. I would go my own path. I would join with you, but I must meet someone first. Perhaps you will go with me? We've precious little time, but it's best to travel accompanied. I will go with ye. Ye owe us for our time, though. Alright. So, pause. We'll, clear out their inventories, read their bios, and then be done. As I like to do with companions. Oil of Speed. Monteron, or Czar, has... Ooh, he's got some spell scrolls. I'll be scribing those and taking his dagger. Alright, let's read their bios right quick. Monteron. When asked about his past, Monteron openly threatens you with bodily harm. He seems quite dangerous and more than willing to engage in gratuitous violence. It would appear that he cares little for life, including his own. He works grudgingly with Czar, even though he obviously despises the man. Whoever their employers are, they must be powerful indeed. These two would likely kill each other without a presence over their heads preventing it. Monteron might be willing to discuss the whole matter with you, but you get the feeling that you probably would not wake up the next morning. And Czar. When asked about his past, Czar has very few coherent things to say. His desire to determine the cause of the iron shortage seems benevolent enough, but his motives remain unclear. His ramblings seem disjointed, but his faculties are obviously in good enough order for him to be adept at magic. He mutters something about how he and his associate Monteron are in the employ of a powerful group, but when pressed for details, he gets extremely agitated and does not speak for some time. He is obviously at least partially insane, and the network that would hire him must be dark indeed. Carefree, I do know about the diamond. Yes, I'm going to boot them immediately. I just wanted to raid their items and read their bios. Get anything cool? I haven't really received any gifts yet. The ability to do a birthday stream is always very nice. Alright, so let's boot them now.
Ye spoke at me?
Bye, fellas.
Something troubling you?
You're letting me go? But we have shared so much, so many good times. This is truly a sad day indeed. Goodbye, so sad, blah blah blah, and all that rot.
This better be good.
As ye would have it, I likely would have put a dagger in ye eventually, but for now ye have been adequately useful. And then let's get Achantis and Imoen back.
Yes? A simple task. My honor is my life.
What you want?
You old rum-jake fool, I knew you'd be back. Let's get back to traveling the good road, eh? Sorry to have kept you waiting, let's get going. You bet, we'll nick ourselves a whole purse of fun before the night is through.
I take honor with this responsibility you have bestowed.
Perfect.
Helm, give me strength!
Now, if we want to... If we want to have a full completion, we're going to have to use the expansion companions for a while, which is annoying. We'll have to choose somebody to boot. We'll probably obviously boot whoever the closest facsimile for that person is, but depending on our needs. Oh, good lord. So many emails. Okay, there we go. Sorry for those little delays. We're all right. All right. Next thing I want to do, the ambush site is definitely worth exploring. We can loot Gorian's body there.
Yeah!
Let's clear this little bit of fog of war over here. Just so it's done. Yeah, so you can't loot the 4 people he killed, unfortunately. But you can loot Gorian himself. Gorian's scroll. Should probably pause before reading. Gorian's scroll. My friend Gorian, please forgive the abruptness with which I now write, but time is short and there is much to be done. What we have long feared may soon come to pass, though not in the manner foretold, and certainly not in the proper time frame. As we both know, forecasting these events has proved increasingly difficult, leaving little option other than a leap of faith. We have done what we can for those in thy care, but the time nears when we must step back and let matters take what course they will. We have perhaps been a touch too sheltering to this point. Despite my desire to remain neutral in this matter, I could not, in good conscience, let events proceed without some measure of warning. The other side will move very soon, and I urge thee to leave Candlekeep this very night if possible. The darkness may seem equally threatening, but a moving target is much harder to hit, regardless of how sparse the cover. A fighting chance is all that can be asked for at this point. Should anything go awry, do not hesitate to seek aid from travelers along the way. I do not need to remind thee that it is a dangerous land, even without our current concerns, and the party is stronger than an individual in all respects. Should additional assistance be required, I understand that Jaheira and Khalid are currently at the Friendly Arm Inn. They know little of what has passed, but they are ever thy friends and will no doubt help however they can. Luck be with us all. I'm getting too old for this. E. Who is he? Ah, of course, it's Elminster. Come on. Alright, so... Well, we don't really need to keep the letter, but it's weightless anyway. Alrighty. Very good. Yeah, I can't have Enchantus pack Buell any more than he's already doing, but that's okay. Okay. Now we're just going to clear the map. The only really significant thing, besides clearing it out and, fighting whatever we run into, is, as Carefree mentioned, wolf. It's going to be... could be trouble.
For the glory of Helm!
Shouldn't be too bad with our full party, though. To the birthday party. Who's this? Tinkos. Sorry, chum, but I can't stop to chat. There's been another caravan raided northeast of Beregost, and I must report of these dire straits to the Grand Dukes. A messenger's work is never done. Alright. That's the edge of the map. Let's head down here, clear out that little bit of fog. Oh shit, that's quick load.
Yeah!
How do you do coordinates in the enhanced edition? So I remember it was L in the original game. I guess I should just look at my key bindings, huh? Location is X now. That doesn't make a lot of sense, but I'll learn it. There we go. Alright, so 4420 1960. Alright, so it's up north of here a little bit. This is the one. You can just see a little hole in the tree with a frigging diamond in it. How the hell you're ever supposed to find that? I have no idea, but there it is. Diamond is a hard, clear gem which can be clear, blue, white, rich blue, yellow, or pink. The hardest of all the gemstones and among the most valuable, diamonds are usually found in the northern mountains by underground races and then traded to the surface world. Alrighty. No, gems and jewelry basically just exist to sell. Just like nuggets in Pokemon. Right, now we're just going to clear the map, and then the next one I actually want to explore is off to the east. Gibberling! I will end you! I know I cannot save during combat.
My blade will cut you down to size.
I will kill you too. We're not leaving, but let's just hit the north edge, so that's done. I don't know where that would allow us to go. Nowhere new, obviously.
Yeah.
Cliffs! Somebody asked me earlier whether I prefer BG1 or BG2. And, overall, I prefer BG2. Irenicus is such a great villain. I love the story. I love how... And I kind of love how the game progresses. Like, it's so much...
with Helm's blessing.
It's so dramatically less on rails. Like, you get out of Irenicus's dungeon, and then the game just opens up. Your first goal is to make 15,000 gold however you want to, however you can. And that I thought that was just super cool. What I like about the first game, though, is I think it is really, really well balanced compared to the second one. I think you wind up a little overpowered in the second game, and that's, I guess that's pretty normal for any RPG. But BG1, like, if you follow the progressions you're supposed to, it's one of the best balanced games I have ever played, ever. But the, alright, we got a black bear here. It's gonna be trouble, but we can handle it. I don't know why it's running away. You afraid, boyo? Usually you get close and then they turn hostile. Fuck it. We're attacking. Although we're not attacking with Imoen in the lead. No, that would be crazy. Everybody reorient appropriately. There we go.
Go for the eyes, Boo! Go for the eyes! Run!
Star, save me from the Spider Queen's vengeance.
There we go. Do the old rest until healed. Oh, I need to scribe those scrolls. Forgot I hadn't done that yet. Larlock's Minor Drain. And Chill Touch. There we go. Oh, I deleted it because I'm going to start over when I'm more in the mood for a shooter and more competent. That thing was kind of a disaster. All right. Almost got the fog all cleared, which is nice. I am going to do Minerva's Den, but I would like to do... I'd like to start at the beginning and actually know it for the YouTube channel. So, clear as much fog as we can off of all these cliffs. We obviously can't go through the water. But here's where we can exit on the west edge. That simply takes us back to Candlekeep, and we know we can't get back in. Alright, a little more fog to clear, but we're almost done exploring our first map. Exciting stuff, right? West to Candlekeep. Alright. Oh, here's the dude. Chase.
Don't touch me. I might catch something.
Hello. Well, I was about to tell you not to come any closer, but that never seems to work, does it? Well, regardless, I should remain true to the genre. Don't come any closer or I'll jump! Yeah, you heard me, and I'll do it too. So, don't come any closer. Again. And don't try to stop me. 1, okay. 2, no, by all the gods, do not do such a thing. There is so much to live for. 3, by all means, jump if you must. More air for the rest of us. I don't like this guy. By all means, jump if you must. More air for the rest of us. How could you be so callous? I am so obviously in pain here. Have you no care for my needs? No, of course not. No one does. Not Mumsy, not Dadams, not Jeeves. I bet they'd be glad I was gone. In fact, I'd probably be doing them a favor. That's it. I'll stay alive just to spite them. I'll be the most miserable, selfish upstart of a child. Actually, this won't be much of a change, but now I'm justified. Life is good.
This course we take is beyond all tenets of decency.
Alrighty. That's true. Alright, we got this We got 2 little segments of fog still to clear out. This little patch here. All's well, easy peasy. And the big one up here. Wait, why did we pause? We must have spotted enemies.
Helm, give me strength!
No, apparently not.
By Helm! My honor is my life. As you will.
All right. That's everything we can do on this first map. Let's head east, where we were initially accosted by Elminster. Although he was just an old man. Yeah, I said this in the previous stream, but I'll say it again. Note that all of our characters are level 1 or 2. The level cap in BG1 is like 8 for a single class. The level cap in BG2, pre-thrown a ball, is something like 14 or 15. Elminster is a level 30 mage. So, dude is strong. Even if he just looks like an unassuming old man. Yeah, level 30. Hey, Warellis. Thank you for the birthday wishes, friend. Good to have you here. Alright, so this is the next map we're going to explore. More wilderness, the Lion's Way. So you can see, yeah, we've already been here. This is where we rushed the friendly arm in, but now we have no reason to hurry. We can take our time. Why so low level? Alright. I apologize. It's festive, I know, but the string on the party hat is starting to hurt my ears and my chin, so the party hat's coming off. Why is the cap so low? Or you mean, why am I so low level right now? I mean, either question is valid. The cap is just about balance. I mean, you would curb stomp Saravok if you could grind up to higher levels than that.
As you will.
And honestly, same with Irenicus in Game 2. Like, if the cap were significantly higher than what it is, you would just face roll the end game, and we don't want that to happen. And then, part of the fun of throwing a ball is that they raise the cap all the way to level 40. Just let you blow it right out of the water. Here we go. Another gibberling!
Time for a bit of the rough and tumble.
Oi!
You're a queer fellow.
Nothing broke. Imlin just ran out of ammo.
Helm, give me strength!
Just a moment. Here we go.
As you will.
Coastway. Friendly Arm Inn to the north, Beregost to the south, Lion's Way west to Candlekeep. Alright. 1005, 1115. Thing I need. Basically north of this spot. Yeah, right here in this rock. There is a ring. A magic ring.
Helm!
Currently unidentified. A ring is a small band of precious metal that is used as jewelry. Some rare rings have had enchantments placed upon them that confer various magical abilities. These rings are highly sought after, especially by those of the adventuring profession. Not usable by Wizard Slayer, and yes, this is a Ring of Protection +1. Once I get it identified one way or another, I'm going to hope my lore score is high enough. It's not, so I'm going to identify it. Wait, what? I had Identify memorized. I could have sworn. Oh, no, I only get to have one spell memorized. What is this shit? Whatever. Alright, we'll memorize Identify, number 1. We have to rest in order to do that. Yeah, no, I don't want to fight wolves while I'm just trying to memorize a spell. Come on.
Yes?
Now we'll identify it with a spell. Ring of Protection +1, Ring of the Princes. This ring and several of its type were originally crafted to protect the sons of King Castor de West, though who uttered the enchantment is unknown. History records that the rings remained within that family for at least 13 generations, though they were all apparently lost within the space of one. Enmity between the king and the family of the creator may be to blame. Armor class +1, saving throws +1. Bloop! Armor class is now 5. That's the good shit. Machine Gunner! Thank you so much for the biddies and the birthday wishes. And thank you for stopping by and saying hello. That's far more important to me, but... Alright.
My honor is my life. As you will.
Wolf!
Go for the eyes, Boo! Go for the eyes! Ask!
There's a lot more to do on this map, but we're going to heal Ajantis, first of all. And then we're going to go ahead and head to the Friendly Arm Inn and do some exploring there first. Alrighty. Now there's another excellent ring that we can get to bolster our protag's power.
With Helm's blessing.
We head a little bit east. In one of these trees. Or close to it anyway. Yes, right here. That little spot right there.
Helm,
another ring.
Give me strength!
It's a ring of wizardry, +1. Ring of wizardry, ever memory. Long ago, a grand wizard from Am was rumored to have defied Mystra's limitations on the magical arts. Legends spoke of this wizard being able to cast spells without the limitation of memorization. In the end, it was found that his powers stemmed from the several magical rings that he had made for himself. His proclaimed everlasting memory was a hoax, though his rings continue to be one of the most sought-after items in the realms. Can memorize double the amount of first-level wizard spells. Well, no shit. That means... Of course, we can add a magic missile to our memorization, which is what I want. Hooray! We've got a magic missile and an identify now.
As you will.
Alright. Oop.
By
No.
hell!
I want the whole party. Alright, we're gonna go ahead and explore the friendly arm and sell off the junk we're carrying. Then we'll get back to wilderness exploration. We got guards! Don't care about them. Past the gate. They're actually homes, apart from the inn itself. Commoners. Spoiler alert in the Infinity Engine games, anyone without an actual name is not really worth talking to. That ring of wizardry is a big deal, though. Let's talk to this gal. This is Joya. She's got a quest for us.
With Helm's blessing.
Yes?
Hey there, you're new here, aren't you? Could I trouble you a moment? Tell me what do you need, but make it quick. Leave me be. Certainly, milady. Speak your mind. Tip the fedora, milady. Such manners. Well, I need a gruff hand for this task, so keep your please and thank you garbage for the nobles. I was robbed blind by some hobgoblins within sight of this very inn's walls, and I need you to return the favor. They took my ring, and that's all I want back. Will you do it? I will help you. I have no time to help you. What is in this for me? That is an excellent question I will ask. Nothing? I have no gold to give you. I was just robbed, remember? You'll be doing it out of the goodness of your heart. I will do this for you. I won't do it without payment. We're gonna do it. I thank you. The creatures were just north of the inn. I swear I could almost see them from the upper rooms. Bring my ring back here when you get it. You'll know it when you see it. It's a flame dance ring and very striking. Journal updated. Joya's flame dance ring. I am to return a ring to Joya in the Friendly Arm Inn. It is a flame dance ring stolen by some hobgoblins just north of the inn. That was monster. I'm going to use the restroom, and I'm going to pop a bottle of bubbly. It's about that time. Happy birthday to me. Corbel. I have some standards. Corbel is pretty cheap champagne, but it's truly orders of magnitude better than Andre or Cook's. I'll use Andre and Cook's in mixers, or as mixers, like if I'm making French 75s, you don't really need good champagne. Good gin makes a pretty big difference in that drink, although the most important thing is just fresh lemon juice. But yeah, I haven't been an unironic drinker of truly dirt cheap champagne since I was an undergrad. Anyway. Oh, Lord. Okay, good. I had a bunch of push notifications I just decided to look at, but the good news is none of them actually matter. We're switching to the flagon, as is tradition. Goodbye, ye tankard of monster.
What now, I wonder?
You're a queer fellow.
Open locks at 25. That's probably better than trying to force it.
This way.
Lockpick succeeded. Party has gained experience. Andar gem. And surprisingly, Joya doesn't give a fuck, which is perfect. Andar is hard and durable, yielding translucent gems, Andars that flash green-red or brown-red when properly faceted. Whatever the fuck that means. I don't know anything about gems. Maybe someone in chat can help me out. Anyway, I think that's all she has. Check this other room just to be sure. Yes, that's it.
My honor is my... As you will.
And then there's an empty house.
With Helm's blessing.
Up here to the north.
Hello there.
Well, I'm not sure if it's empty, but it doesn't have anyone important in it.
What you want?
That much. I'm gonna send Imoen in alone. That's easier. Well,
Helm.
I thought.
As you will.
Yep.
Imoen,
This way.
go in alone. My thief! Yeah, there is a commoner in here.
This way.
I don't think he's gonna call the guards either. A long sword. Nope. Four, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Alright, well she's not gonna pick that lock. Let's see if Minsk can force it.
I've done had enough of this.
Cool! Ball plate and packing steel. Squeaky wheel gets the kick!
Because if he can, then... Yeah. Minsk is actually better. So there's an Agni Mani necklace and a silver ring. Flavor text is the same on that. Alright, so I should actually use Minsk.
Ball plate and packing steel.
I should use Imoen because you might have noticed it's not a lot, but you get experience points for picking a lock that you do not get for
Helm.
for forcing it open. It's not much, it's 10, but 10 is more than 0. Alrighty, here we go. All right, let's head into the inn now. Do some much needed offloading. Before that, let's note that I just got a fucking email. What fresh hell is this? It's work related, but thankfully requires no answer.
Yeah!
That's what I like to see. Alright, so we're exploring, so let's clear the map inside the inn. Heading back to where we fought and killed Tarnash. One of the multitude of inept bounty hunters we'll be dealing with throughout the game. Although he was far better than Shank or Carbos. But then, of course, as we get farther into the game, the bounty hunters get significantly less inept, as you would expect. Oh my god, another one? Are you kidding? And a text message too. Good lord. You're killing me. You're all literally killing me. Just fucking stop. Okay. The Temple of Wisdom here. Neat, I suppose. Alright, that's it for inside the walls. Pretty nice. Oh, for fuck's sake, another one? A fucking another one? Stop it. Alright. Whew. I'm starting to get annoyed. No, it is not Chris. It is... Like, it's actually important. It's shit I need to read.
Gather your party before venturing forth.
Big decisions from courts that kind of change the landscape of applicable law in my specialty, but... Now here is an enhanced edition NPC, Dorn. He's also the only one who I would say is a serious contender for making your main party. Dorn's a fucking badass half-orc blackguard. He's very evil, so you have... Yeah, well, you don't have to be. But he's an awesome party member. Neera and Rasad, not so much. But Dorn is great. They made one good character for the Enhanced Edition.
With Helm's blessing.
Talk to him.
It's about time. Bring me another flagon of ale.
I think you've mistaken me for someone else. I am not your servant. Get your own ale.
Then why do you bother me? Be gone.
Nothing would please me more. How rude. A brooding half-orc at the Friendly Arm Inn mistook me for a servant. I had half a mind to tell him where to stick his jutting teeth, but decided against it. He looks like the sort who'd be handy in a fight. Perhaps we'll meet again under more favorable circumstances. It is vanilla SOD without Gibberling's 3 tweaks, right? There's another fucking email. I am getting annoyed. But, it's just vanilla enhanced edition off of GOG.com. I haven't made any tweaks at all. And Conwiz strength. Somebody is obviously a fan of Dungeons & Dragons. And by the way, everybody who's new, welcome to the stream. I'm really glad to have you here. Alright, so there's a chest here. Can we just raid it?
You point, I punch. Squeaky wheel gets the kick.
$20 gold. Yeah, no one seems to care.
My honor is my life.
Pretty amazing.
Please, seat yourselves wherever you wish.
Nessie, the cook, and Surrey. Potion of healing. Again, no one cares. Kind of amazing. But all's well. I guess we should go ahead and talk to some of these named people. Yeah, it's very convoluted what does and doesn't count as stealing in this game.
Nature's servant awaits.
Somewhere, somebody in my party is carrying a suit of splint mail. I'm going to put that on Jaheira. Alright, let's sell our shit to... Let's talk to everyone who's named.
As good as done.
Yes?
Surrey. Ah, a new face in this cloistered place. Stand by my side and let's talk for a while. What brings you here, traveler? No thanks, I'm not feeling talkative today. 1. Is there anything I dislike about the Enhanced Edition? Neera and Rasad. I like Dorn. He's awesome. I only really like one of the 3 new characters, though. I was an apprentice blacksmith under Tayram Fuiruin in Beregost. With the iron situation being what it is, however, I thought I'd better head somewhere else. Waterdeep, maybe. Tayram's having enough trouble making a go of it as it is. Okay.
Helm, give me yeah!
Talk to the cook.
Yes?
Why not? Hey, you stays out of my kitchen. You'll mess up my art. Someday I's gonna cook for the Duke himself. Betcha there's less fist fights in the palace, so's you can enjoy a meal from start to finish. Alright. There's Nessie. Want to talk to everybody who had different names.
Establishments to your liking.
Welcome to the Friendly Arm Inn. Looks like you had a rough journey. This place is a fortress. Why all the security? Yes, the roads were crazy. Who are you, anyway? Let's do this place is a fortress. Why all the security? Bentley wanted the inn to be a safe haven for all sorts of travelers. Anyone can stay here, but we don't tolerate any troublemaking within these walls. Did Bentley build this place? It's so solid, it looks like it's been here forever. Who are you, anyway? I'll go with option 1. Oh no, Bentley and Galana didn't build the inn, they found it. They were part of an adventuring party, not unlike your own. In the first few years following the time of troubles, when all the gods were walking the surface of our world, the inn was actually the hold of a powerful, undead priest of Baal, god of murder. With the evil cleric weakened by the death of his god, Bentley and Galana were able to destroy him once and for all, thus laying claim to his troubled fortress. They must have lots of stories to tell. There's more to this place than I would have guessed. They must have lots of stories to tell. I'm sure they do, but this inn is their life now, and they don't like to dwell on the past. You're as likely to get a tale out of them as you are to get a tooth from the mouth of a hen. It has been a pleasure meeting you, however, and I do hope you enjoy your stay. Alright. Well. Let's talk to him.
I need some ale.
Arg! Look at these forks and tankards. This iron shortage shows no mercy on us drunkards and gourmands. Whatever could be wrong with your fork and tankard? Is there any way I can help you? I'll go with option 1. They be made of iron, yet they bend under the weight of this inn's meager offerings, and the handle breaks on me tankard to spill this rat spit of an ale into my lap. Arr, Nessie, get me another! And then finally, let's chat with Bentley Mirrorshade.
It's been dreadful slow business lately.
Iron is the lifeblood of this whole region, and it's sure painful when it gets scarce. So what can I do for you? What do you have to sell, or nothing for me today? What do you have to sell? You can rent rooms, buy drinks for rumors, Lurulyath wine, Arabellan dry wine, bitter black ale, Elminster's choice beer, Evermead, or Shadow Dark ale. I like how Elminster's choice is one of the cheap ones. Guess Elminster's just a smart man. Doesn't spend money. Alright. Let's sell all this shit out of Ajantis' inventory. We'll just discard Gorian's scroll. Hold on. I'm going to hold on to my spell scrolls that are quote-unquote redundant, because we're actually going to need those for when we dual-class Imoen later on. Let me look through my quick items. I'm going to ground Gorian's letter. Just want to look through my quick items, make sure there's nothing else I actually want to sell. I'm going to sell those potions of healing. Spells are good enough, I'd rather have the gold. Bentley, the owner of the Friendly Arm Inn, told us that the iron trade has slowed greatly over the past few weeks.
My inn is open to all who behave themselves.
Alright, so let's sell those potions. Oh, hold on. Please sell them all. There you go. Alright, let's look through his items. Nothing new so far. I'm going to buy Imoen 2 fresh arrow quivers. 3. Make it 3. Buckley's Buckler. A rectangle of mammoth hide forms this small shield. No amount of cleansing can dispel the pong of decay from this poorly tanned device, yet somehow the malodorous shield fortifies its wielder. So it's just it's a buckler +1 that gives a +1 bonus to Constitution. I'm not going to buy it. I don't even think I can... Well, I could afford it, but I'm not going to. History of the Fateful Coin. Old tales tell that luck plays a crucial role in each person's life. When each newborn baby enters into the realms, Tymora flips a coin, formed from the remnants of the original goddess of luck, Tyche. Bishaba calls it in the air, the moon, heads, or the cloak, tails. If Bishaba is right, That person is cursed with misfortune for the rest of his or her days. If she's wrong, Lady Luck smiles on that child for the rest of his or her life. For some rare beings, the coin lands edge on, and these luckless few can forge their own fates, for they have more freedom over their own destinies than the powers themselves. Interesting. History of the Unicorn Run. Bards and sages pass down the tale that the headwaters of the Unicorn Run are in truth the font of life and a cradle of fecundity. Each natural race is said to have emerged from the womb of Chantea onto Toril at the river's source and then traveled down the Unicorn Run to the outside world. Some say that a daughter of Chantea resides at the river's source to usher the newborns into the world, while others claim that Shiala midwifes the process. Regardless of the truth, the elves, Korrids, and halflings all agree that the Unicorn Run is sacred to life and the site of incredible purity. As a result, all three races have strong taboos about extended trips up the run, for if the river is ever fouled, then no new races will ever be born on Toril again. And then we're into shit we sold him. Awesome. Alrighty. So the arrows wound up in my inventory, but let's give them the ammo in. There we go. Ooh. Enhanced Edition ups your ammo stacks considerably. That's pretty cool. Let's head upstairs. Bentley told us that there has been some sort of trouble in the south. Perhaps we should go to Nashkel. Alright, here we are on the second floor of the Friendly Arm Inn. You can send Imoen around first.
This way.
I want her to lockpick anything she can, because we actually get experience that way. And then we'll send Minsk on a loop once she's done. Nobleman!
A man shouldn't speak to his better unless spoken to first.
Do you have an excuse for barging in here? Unless you were here to make the beds, I want you out. I'm sorry for the intrusion. I shall not bother you again. As well you shouldn't. Be gone. And Imoen's 25 open locks is not doing us any favors. Alright, Unchi we actually need to speak to, so I'm going to send a Jantis for that task. There we go. Lockpick succeeded. Gonna get mad? There's a dagger there. Someone has noticed you. You hear the guards being summoned.
I'm gone.
I really don't give a shit about a single GP from a dagger. So I'll take the experience and leave the item. Five throwing daggers. Can take those, no problem. Alright. A warhammer. You can take that, no problem. Sleeping dwarf, sleeping man, 3 other desks. A dagger. Apparently we can take anything out of these. Locked. Alrighty. Check the last room. Another nobleman. And being low level is a bitch. What is the meaning of this intrusion? I pay good money for my privacy. By what right do you disturb it? My sincere apologies, sire. It was a simple mistake in room numbers. Be sure it is not repeated. Leave me. Alright. Let's send Minsk on a loot loop.
Butt kicking for goodness!
See what he can open that Imoen couldn't. By forcing the lock. Gold ring and a potion of healing. Not bad. No, with your thief, it's far more important to raise fine traps. You can get the knock spell later on. 23 gold versus guard
Full
summoning.
plate and packing steel.
We'll ignore the gold. That's fine. Everything in there was unlocked. Fine traps is by far, like, no question at all, the most important thief skill. When you get into the endgame dungeons, like fucking Durlag's Tower. Alright, let's try these. See if there's anything we actually need. We'll have to punch some bitches to get to them. That's just a bastard sword. No one cares.
Butt kicking for goodness!
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Alright. That's all there is. Now we're going to send a
honor,
Jandis
with Helm's blessing,
to talk to Unshi.
You cannot get better than the stability stone walls provide.
Have you heard? There's a rogue ogre with a belt fetish to the south of the Friendly Arm Inn. I had to bargain my new girdle of piercing for my life out there. Wasn't even interested in an autographed copy of my book. Hey, if you can get that belt back to me, I'd be mighty grateful. Alright. Well, there's another floor of the inn to explore. Journal updated, a rogue ogre. According to a dwarven cleric by the name of Unshi, a rogue ogre with a belt fetish is making a name for himself just south of the Friendly Arm Inn. As Unshi claims to be an author, maybe she'd give me a copy of her book if I can get her girdle of piercing back. Obviously, we would rather keep the girdle of piercing, which is what we'll end up doing, but let's pour the rest of this delicious concoction into the flagon. Alright.
Helm, give me strength!
Take everybody to the third floor. Well, yeah, you can just, Warellis, you can just raise your reputation. It's not it's not like it's persistent. It's taking Viconia into your party subtracts 2 from your reputation every time you do it. But then you can just build it back up, which is ultimately what we're going to do. Jesus fucking Christ. Another email. What fresh hell is this? Oh, fuck you. It's from the other side. They don't want to grant us an extension. They want to fight. Good lord. Alright, hold on. I gotta deal with all these push notifications. They're gonna drive me crazy. What's funny is it truly is all just birthday wishes that I should just be super happy about. Oof. I don't know why I'm so annoyed. Well, probably because I'm trying to play a game. But anyway. Alright. Here we have Landrin.
By hell, as you will.
We'll speak to her with Ajantis and we'll get a quest.
A pleasure it is to meet you.
Hey, I've got a teeny bit of a spider infestation happening in my cellar in Beregost. I was on my way to the gate to get some poison, but this would be a lot easier on my legs, to be honest. You'll know the house when you see it. It's right to the west of the Jovial Juggler Inn. Bring back their bodies to prove you've done the job, and I'll give you 100 gold pieces. If you could, please bring my husband's old boots and my old bottle of wine back as well, and I'll throw in something extra. Journal updated. Landrin's possessions. Landrin, a gnome at the Friendly Arm Inn, has apparently fled her home due to a recent spider infestation in her cellar. The house, she informs me, lies just west of the Jovial Juggler Inn in Beregost. Much as I would rather not have them in my pack, she insists on seeing the bodies of the spiders before I am to receive any payment. She hinted at an extra bit of reward if I bring her husband's old boots and her bottle of wine as well. Yeah, I have to keep my reputation ceiling is 18, which is fine. That gets you all the best discounts anyway. If you raise it to 19 or 20, your evil characters will leave. But that just means, you know, go steal something or murder somebody and get it back down if you have to. Alright. Now let's do a looting run around the room.
You're a queer fellow.
Start with Imoen, because we would rather open locks and get experience. That one's empty. Leather armor and a quarterstaff. Alright. Quarterstaffs are worth 0 gold, so I'll just ground that. Let's see if Minsk can open this one.
Full plate and packing steel.
I can bear no more. Raise your weapon and defend yourself.
Oh, shut up, Ajantis. Don't be a twat waffle.
Cool one, sir. Full plate and packing steel.
You have successfully forced the lock open for an onyx ring. Alright, that's just gold, but that's fine.
You're a queer fellow.
See, all we had to do is reload, and then it didn't happen. So, Ajantis, you're supposed to be lawful good, but you're being a racist fuck. Settle down. Viconia has done nothing wrong.
I'm gone.
Empty. That's fine. We got sleepers, and these desks and tables are usually unlocked and not stealing. There's a club. Empty. Battle axe. Empty. Empty. Arrows! Oh, hell yeah! You know Emmeline loves that shit. Ammo, baby! Minsk, can you handle it?
You point, I punch. Squeaky wheel gets the kick.
Nope. 2 more rooms.
What you want? This way.
Your turn,
Let's
Minsk.
talk more. Squeaky wheel gets the kick.
Can you handle it? Nope. Last room.
Yep. I'm
It's
gone.
occupied. We already did dialogue. Alright, that one won't work.
Cool one, sir. Squeaky wheel gets the kick.
Go for the force. Alright, that one we successfully forced. Homie will see us, and it's only 12 gold.
Join the army.
You're a queer fellow.
Yeah,
My
12
honor
gold ain't
is
worth
my
it.
life. As you will. Helm, give as you will.
Now, Martin made a very specific request about the pantaloons. So, let's talk to this nobleman.
No time to chit-chat.
About time you showed. Here I need these tunics cleaned and pressed by this eve, and be extra careful with the golden pantaloons. It took 15 women and a small boy from Kalimshan 12 days and 4 nights to weave them, so careful on the seams. Well, get going. 1. Much as I have always dreamed of owning golden pantaloons, I must confess that I am not the cleaner that you were expecting. 3. Stow your laundry, fool. I am neither tailor-made nor mother to any fop such as you. And what we need is option 2. Sir, yes, sir. Pantaloons pressed and ready by tonight, or breakfast is free, sir. Service with a smile and a snap in your step. That's what we like to see. Now get going, damn you. Not a coin for a tip if there's even one tear. The party has gained an item. Golden pantaloons.
By Helm!
Alright. Let's observe the golden pantaloons. Pantaloons of a quality heretofore unseen by the eyes of either man or beast. Dynamic styling and comfort that cradles, cuddles, and coddles. Seduce your thighs, cajole your calves. Enjoy golden pantaloons today. Trousers you would be proud to take home to Mother if Mother rode fast and fought hard. Alright. So we're going to pass the pantaloons into Protag's inventory. We'll identify them. And then we're just going to hold on to them until thrown a ball. The golden pantaloons did surely see the very beginnings of our realm, though I must press that they saw this formative time by their simple presence, and not through some vestigial eyes that might have erupted through a rear pocket, perhaps concealing teeth and other improbable extremities. I am sure that the various owners of the pantaloons can attest to the general lack of animated digits or ocular sensors, as evidenced by the continued sanctity and privacy maintained by their respective buttocks. Lyric pantoums of an age long since out of print speak of trousers that were as metal, though soft about the shanks. While it might be easy to jump to the seemingly inevitable conclusion that the trousers rose while Netheril fell, it is doubtful that the pantaloons were the garments of which they speak. One must clarify these oft misquoted verses with knowledge of the Pantechnicon, an ancient bazaar once prized for silver pantalettes. Fine these may have been, but golden they were not. Nickel panties are also said to be currently available, though the dockside establishments that claim to offer these products are beyond my meager experience, and thus I can make no report. The purpose of the pantaloons is as mysterious as ever, and will likely remain so until the Pantocrator himself returns, though some properties can be divined through intimate observation. The uplifting properties of the gusset very nearly defy gravity, shaping quite nicely both the front and rear. This improved contour would likely increase self-esteem for a wearer of either sex. I would hazard a guess, however, that this continuing self-delusion might actually hamper cognitive functions, and care should be taken in the wearing of any pantaloons of golden nature. They're weightless, and we truly just need to hold on to them. All right. Now we're going to finish exploring this map. But before we do, I need a little restroom break. I'll be right back. It seems that way. I'm trying to figure out why. Can you guys hear me now? I'm looking at the sound mixers and suddenly it looks like it's working again. Well, what in the goddamn hell? That's crazy. There we go. Okay. Well, I don't know what fixed it, but I honestly don't care that much. Let's just get back in. Alright, to the first floor.
As you will.
To the outdoors.
With Helm's blessing.
Now, we're going to clear this map. You can see lots of fog of war around the inn.
As you will.
We are clearing this map, and then we're going to go back to the one a single square south, and we're going to clear it too. If you're wondering what we're up to. Alright, what's east of the friendly Arman? We're not heading there, but let's just... Oh, it's Teldvale. Alright.
As you will.
We already had that unlocked. Good, though. Keep clearing fog. Okay. Let's clear out the inn walls first. Then we'll try and hit everything else. I'm sure I can. It'll take a few minutes. Hobgoblins!
My blade will cut you down to
And
size.
some fresh email, hell. Two fresh emails. Good God. Requires no response. Literal fucking spam. Eat shit. Alright.
the glory of Helm!
Alright. So here's the quick looter. Honestly, we can probably sell all of this to Bentley, and probably should. Just need to watch who picks it up. Isle Gem. Isle is actually short for Iolite, Cordierite, although a common nickname is Violet Stone, even though its overall hue is usually blue. Isles are usually cut into faceted gems to best display the stone's color change as it is viewed from different directions. Small cut isles can be clear, but larger specimens usually contain silky inclusions of another substance, such as hematite crystals, which give the same rich golden flash of color as in sunstones. Take it. And here's Joya's Flame Dance Ring. So that was the relevant group of hobgoblins. Looks like everybody can move, which is nice. Let's clear this top area of the map of its fog of war. Then as we circle back to return Joya's ring, we'll clear that left side.
Glory
Time for a bit of the rough and tumble.
Forward now! Spare no one! Forward march! Spare no one!
Alright, here we go.
Cool one, side.
Everyone's
My honor
inventory is
my,
full.
as you will.
I suppose that's fine. Clear the little bit of fog left on this side of the map. Another fucking email. Shut up. Thank you. Alright, so we got some fog at the inn, which I'll try to clear purely for the
This course
cosmetic
we
effect.
take is beyond all tenets of decency.
Shut up, Ajantis. Oh, wait. Ajantis is slowed. I gave him too much shit. Let's throw a couple of things onto Minsk. He's fine. Hi, Pat. My personal email gets hardly any spam. My work email, the one I have no control over, is the one that gets lots of fucking spam. Expert services for lawyers. We can help you with your practice. You know, like that fucking bot that showed up in chat an hour ago, except for lawyers instead of Twitch streamers. Alrighty. So yeah, let's just clear out the rest of the fog of war. Finish out this map. Oh shit! More hobgoblins.
Go for the eyes, boo!
Go for the eyes, boo! Yeah, no, we're not gonna let Viconia's mace break. That ain't cool.
With Helm's blessing.
It won't be too terribly long before we have magic weapons for everybody and we don't have to worry about breaking anymore. No, apparently not. Company IT wants to make all of us waste a bunch of hours watching their fucking security trainings, but they can't. They somehow can't contain marketing emails and phone calls. It's very annoying. Not gonna lie. Alright. Yeah, let's carve out all the rest of this fog. Nobody's weapons are gonna break.
Spare no one! Forward march! Forward march! Cool one, some.
Minsk, you carry the heavy shit. All of it.
My honor is my life. As you will.
Well, our IT department has that shit automated. I've been getting those emails for a few days. It's been 6 weeks. We have very strong disagreements about how often I need to change my password, but so it goes. Alright. So we need to get back into the inn to return Joya's ring. We'll sell our shit off while we're at it. Then we'll head back to this wilderness to the south and actually finish exploring it, now that we have the relevant quest. Joya is in this very first house.
With Helm's
Yes?
I thank you. This ring was a gift when I set out on my own. Couldn't bear the thought of some smelly old hobgoblin having it. You are a good sort, and I'll say so to anyone that asks.
Good on you if you saved the day.
I returned the flame dance ring to Joya in the Friendly Arm Inn. She was very appreciative, even if she had no gold to give me, so we got a reputation boost. Let's let everyone comment on it.
Yes, Boo, I agree. This group could do with a swift kick in the morals.
Our party's reputation has increased 1, so we're at 9. So we still have a negative reputation, but only by 1 point now. And Jaheira has leveled up. Now, if I look at my options, I believe I have max HP on level up enabled. So I don't need to worry about it, which is great.
Nature's servant awaits.
Let's level her up. Where's the button? There it is. Level up. So she has no additional proficiency slots. Okay. And that's that. There was nothing else to do. But look at that health boost. From 12 to 24. Her health doubled. That is pretty great. And we should also look at her spell scroll, because she probably has extra slots. Yes, she can memorize 1 more level 1 spell. We've got Bless, Cure Light Wounds, Entangle. Let's get Armor of Faith. There we go.
Helm, give me strength! Yeah!
Now,
Yeah!
we're gonna go offload shit with Bentley. And then we're gonna head back to the wilderness to the south of here. Good lord, it's already 1 o'clock. How? Time flies when you're having fun, am I right, boys?
You must gather your party before venturing forth.
Yeah!
I'm going to stream for about 5 more hours. I'm going to quit around 6, which is when my wife is supposed to get home. Because then we need to pack up and head to the cabin.
My inn is open to all who behave themselves.
Alright, Bentley. Not selling. Oh yeah. Imoen needs to sell all the shit she stole. Throwing daggers. Oh no, sell them all. Warhammer, a dagger, leather armor. Clubs are worth 0 gold. It's actually good to know. We'll just ground that when we're done. Minsk! Gold ring, potion, onyx ring, helmet, bastard sword, leather armor. Bastard sword, leather armor, helmet. Bastard sword, leather armor, helmet, bastard sword. Sell them all. Ajantis. Sell it all, boyo. All 3 Isle gems, please. We need that gold. We're gonna go shopping at High Hedge. There we go. Everything is sold. Let us return to the wilderness.
You must gather your party before venturing forth.
I must gather my party. No shit.
With
All right.
Helm's blessing.
Friendly Arm is fully explored. Let's head south now. Joya was lying about having no gold, by the way. If you murder her, she has 163 gold on her. Alright, back here. Yay! Alright. We're going to explore this map now.
Yeah!
And although we will be able to complete Unsheath's quest, we're not going to do that. We're just going to keep the girdle.
Hello, pal.
Friendly arm in to the north. Who are you? Aolm. If you don't mind, please try to keep your voices down. There be beasties about with better hearing than we. You seem quite at home out here. What's the most dangerous thing you've seen? What should I be wary of in this area? Sorry to have disturbed you. I'll be on my way. Let them hear. I am more than able to handle whatever comes. Let's go with option 2. What should I be wary of in this area? Round here, I wouldn't worry yourself too much unless you're brainless and charge everything you see. Mostly gibberlings, but they aren't too much of a hassle. A fair bow and good sword arm could handle 1, maybe 2, more with mage or cleric backup. Wolves have become a bit more predatory lately. I think it's because more people are hunting for their food, seeing as how the iron shortage took away their normal livelihoods. A hungry wolf is a nasty thing, and I wouldn't travel without a group if I were you. Later, bro. So we're going to clear this map. The only thing that's going to happen is we're going to find that ogre. This is another one of those maps where we will probably not be able to entirely clear out the fog of war. Doesn't really matter. We just have to be ready, because when we do run into that ogre, that's not an easy fight with a team of level 1s and 2s, even if we already have all 6. Uh-oh. A Zvart!
My blade will cut you
Fuck
down
you.
to size.
For sure!
Eat it, you little shits! Alright. Take all their shit.
By helm!
And our gem and short swords. Whatevs.
My honor is my life.
We're
As you
hurt,
will.
but not bad. I'm not gonna rest yet. Maybe once I do a little more mapping. Oh shit, there's the ogre.
We will crush you to goo.
This could be bad. Alright, let's actually
Helm,
use some abilities here.
Give me strength!
Ajantis has Lay on Hands, Detect Evil, and Protection from Evil.
You point, I punch.
Not really gonna work. Minsk has Berserk and Charm Animal. Not gonna do much. Me, I have Larlock's Minor Drain as an ability.
What now, I wonder?
And I have a Magic Missile memorized. I'm gonna cast Magic Missile on the fucking ogre.
Yes, oh omnipresent authority figure.
Jaheira, why don't you try to entangle him?
Jalcales?
Laconia. Bless Ajantis. He is our leader.
You're a queer fellow.
Imoen. Too late to set a snare. Let's see how this plays out.
My blade will cut you down to size.
Where to now?
Now, I would dearly love to also cast Larlock's Minor Drain. Fuck you. Into ogre.
Poor sod.
Fuck, Ajantis died!
As you will.
Let's try just fighting. See how that goes.
Crush you to goo. I need aid soon, lest my hamster become orphan.
Nope, he killed Minsk. Can't have that.
With Helm's blessing.
Alright.
My honor is my life.
Try doing better again. Yeah, Ajantis can't do shit except attack. Ajantis, attack. My boy.
As you will.
Fuck that ogre up. Minsk?
Cool one, sir.
Same deal, boyo. Fuck that ogre up.
You point, I punch.
Yes?
Protag. Cast your magic missile. It's a good start.
Nature's servant awaits.
Jaheira? Cast Entangle. Not a bad move.
Jalcales?
Vicky? Bless the party.
You're a queer fellow.
Imoen? Shoot him.
We will crush you to goo. I need aid soon, lest my hamster become an orphan.
Night Singer, give me power. Olsa?
Fuck him up. Can't have Minsk dying.
With Helm's blessing.
So we gotta repeat all that shit again. I know, it's irritating. Okie dokie.
My honor is my life. Helm,
Go
give
for
me
the eyes,
strength!
Go
Fuck it,
for
just
the
attack
eyes.
him.
I need aid soon, lest my hamster become an orphan.
I don't want Minsk dying. Come on.
With Helm's blessing.
You fucking piece of
Go
shit.
for the eyes, Boo! Go for the eyes! Ask! I need aid, lest my hamster
Yeah!
become an orphan.
Fuck you, son! Alright. Everybody's alive. Ogre is dead. Search the body. There's a gold ring, a morning star, and 2 girdles.
My honor is my life.
Oh, this is fun. Gotta give the girdles to the protag. Gotta identify that shit. Gonna give the morning star to the protag too, just as a backup in case one of his 2 weapons breaks. Let's identify this one first. Oh shit, we need to rest. We have even burned our identify spell. God damn. Imoen,
You're a
group up. Now we'll save, now we'll rest. Oh, fuck you, wolves.
Helm, give me strength!
Go for the
glory
eyes,
of
Boo!
Helm!
Go for the eyes! Ask!
I'm actually totally fine with the fight. Not the issue. Alright. Everyone is fully healed, which means I can identify one of these girdles with a spell. Girdle of Masculinity / Femininity. The cursed girdle of femininity and masculinity, a rare yet oft discussed magical item, is wrought with a most powerful magic. Anyone unfortunate enough to secure it around their waist instantly finds their gender to be transformed. It is said that not 50 years past, a nameless court jester was beheaded for presenting the girdle as a gift to Duke Lobelan's lover. Changes the wearer's gender may only be removed with a remove curse spell. Alright. That's all the booze for today, I think. Maybe one more brewski. Then we got the other one, which matters a lot more. Girdles are generally similar to belts. Unlike belts, girdles are not used to hold up pants and dungarees, but to carry pouches, scabbards, and the like. This one is significant. Gotta rest again. Get another identify spell. Girdle of Piercing, Elves' Bane, an infamous highwayman in his day, Pandar of Scardale made quite a name for himself vexing the elves of Cormanthor Forest. To their annoyance, he continually used the wood to escape the law, and with the aid of this girdle, the elves' arrows as well. Unfortunately for Pandar, pit traps and starvation proved a slower but effective substitution. Equipped abilities, armor class +3 versus missile and piercing attacks. This is so infinitely better than the stupid book Unshi gives you if you're dumb enough to return the girdle to her. Girdle of Piercing goes on Jaheira. Right in the belt slot. Oh, yes. Alright, here we go. This honestly feels worth an anchor save. We managed to kill an ogre. with still basically first level party. So let's clear this map, and then we will go south to Beregost. With the ogre down, the map should basically just be wolves and gibberlings, same as the first one. Maybe hobgoblins. Maybe. Where's the enemy? Viconia sighted the enemy. It's a Svart! Fuck you! Take his gold, take his short sword, fuck him. Alright. Got to clear the southern half of this map. Then we're gonna head to Beregost. Actually explore a town for the first time. There's nothing else significant in this wilderness, just whatever enemies we run into. Which we now can kill, because we have our whole party. So now level ups are an unambiguous good. Fuck you, Gibberling.
A bit of a rough and tumble.
Color spray scroll and a sunstone gem.
By helm!
Pass the scroll to me. Sunstone is a feldspar gem closely related to moonstone and more properly known as oligoclase. Sunstone can be colorless or faintly greenish and of facet grade, but most common by far is its softer cabochon variety. This yields gemstones that have bright red or orange spangles, minute crystals, suspended in a nearly colorless background in a parallel fashion, giving the whole a rich golden or reddish-brown color. Yep, we gotta scribe color spray. Let's do that right quick. You copy the spell to your spellbook. Dilly dilly. Give me a moment. Tiffany wants to chat. I need to give her a call. 3 to 5 minutes. Be right back. Alright, boys. Back for a bit. Sorry for the delay. Working on my lunch as well, but...
My honor is my life.
Everybody good? Yes, looks that way. Alright, we've still got the southern half of this, well...
As you will.
Southern third, maybe, of this map to clear out before we head Beregost to the south. Ain't life grand. Let's talk to Andout. Or Andut.
Hey,
Must dash to Beregost, I must. Governor Keldath must be told of the extra troops being sent his way. Beregost is to be garrisoned in case of Omnian attack, though Om has denied such intent. Of course they would deny it, the snakes. Make way for the messenger. Alright, dude. Hi, Tater. Thank you for the birthday wishes. How are you this time, Jace?
You funny looking.
Don't you be getting any closer, I'll have Mom come and give you the belt. Relax, kid, I don't want to hurt you. Ah, beat it, child. I've got no time for your whining. As you would have it, I did not want to frighten you. Relax, kid, I don't want to hurt you. Oh, sure, that's what that other group of bandits said, and then they went and attacked a caravan I just saw leave. They were a bunch of liars, probably just like you. Get lost. Ruh-roh. Tater donated $10. Birthday shots! I fuck. Tater? You really... Honestly, I'm more excited to actually see you drink with anybody else. Including oh, Lord. Oh, shit. We're muted again. Hold on. Did that fix anything? You can hear me now? Okay, good. What I said was, Tater, two things. I'm gonna go pour some shots for myself in a second because you bought them. $10 is 2 shots. Holy shit, I'm gonna be fucked up. But are you going to Toronto in November? Because out of everybody in that group of people, I have to say, I am more excited to hang out with you than anyone else. And that includes Tiff herself. I'm going to get the shots. I'll be right back. Tiff can drive, Martin. I just talked to her. I can get as fucked up as I want to. I just need to be able to function in Baldur's Gate. Hello? Hey, there you are. I hear you now. No, I'm still on Twitch, so this needs to be brief. What's going on? I thought the morning conversation chat, but thank you, I appreciate it. I did. I spoke to Dirk and I spoke to Van Gran. So I will see you all tomorrow. All right, thanks, Dad. Bye. All right. Now, this is a shot. Ooh, mic's a little close to the mouth. This is a shot of silver tequila. I believe that's one of Tater's very favorites. Am I wrong? I don't think so. Because I'm obsessive about my body. I have to track the calories. One shot. Have a cake! Oh, thank you, Stephen. I appreciate it. One tequila shot is 96 calories. Easily within the budget. So, to what shall we toast? Oh, I'm pretty sure I can handle this. It is my birthday, after all. So, Tater. It's pretty good tequila, too. It's Hornito Silver. One of the more expensive handles. Nonetheless, here's to you, and here's to me. The best of friends we'll ever be. But should we ever disagree, to hell with you, and here's to me. Nope. Don't need it, because I'm not a little bitch, Martin. I'm teasing. Salt and lime make it a lot better. But it's not necessary tonight. So yeah, Tater, that's my favorite toast. I use that every birthday, and that certainly includes today. The other one I really like is, it's from Master and Commander, The Far Side of the World. That Russell Crowe movie that was actually really good, that came out right after Pirates, and everybody thought it was a ripoff, so nobody ever saw it. But it wasn't a ripoff, it was completely different, and it was actually very good. I digress. The toast from that movie is one of my favorites, too. We might get to that eventually. The toast from that movie is, to wives and sweethearts, may they never meet. Yeah, here's to you and here's to me is far and away my actual favorite. If you ever hang out with me in person on a birthday in a bar, we will drink car bombs, and we will do that toast. You can go to my Instagram if you need to see it. We have a silver ring and a fire agate gem. I should read about that. Fire agate is the name given to chalcedony, which contains thin lines of iridescent goethite. When properly cut, the iridescence displays red, brown, gold, and green hues, and the finest specimens are partly translucent. No, Tater, I have not been in Discord within the relevant time frame. I'm going to have to go have a look at that. Who is Grandpa Doom? Is that your grandfather? Your granddad goes by Grandpa Doom? That alone is frigging amazing. Oh no! A gibberling! Die, you little shit! You and your friends! Son, in my day, they didn't raise little bitches. I love that. So my dad is a doctor, and so when he's calling me out, or anyone, but particularly me, my dad loves to say, you know what? I'm diagnosing an acute case of LBS. And then you say, well, Dad, what is LBS? And he says, little bitch syndrome. Drink your drink. Gold, 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 and shocking
Helm,
grip.
Give me strength!
Which I think I still need to scribe. Yes, I do. That's what the green means. Yeah, acute case of LBS. Be right back. You know, Tater, I wouldn't say it's anything they had that we don't have. I would say it's more the fact that Tumblr didn't exist. Here we go.
With Helm's blessing. By Helm!
So for this, we are just clearing the map. So Fog of War is clear except for this little path. There's a raided caravan. There are 2 raided caravans. And this southeast corner needs to be explored. Let's fully explore it all. This game is so much more fun once you take care of all of the, call it the preliminaries, I guess. Getting your party sorted out, getting them all locked in. This game is so much fun to just actually straight up explore and play and complete. And it's super well balanced. You have leftover pierogies from last night and you're excited? Attaboy. Also, what? I haven't. You bought 2 shots and I've only taken 1. I'm aware. I'll take the second one after I eat some food. Fuck you, gibberlings. Is the map clear? Are we ready to go to Beregost? Almost. A little bit of fog of war over here to the very south, but basically yes. You found another bottle of the blueberry booze! Yes! Get after it, boyo. To Beregost.
What do you need?
Oh, somebody's gonna talk at me. Gollin Vend. Need directions? You seem a friendly sort, so I thought I'd offer my services as a guide. What do you need from the town of Beregost? Certainly, if you could direct me to an affordable inn, I would much appreciate it. I'm looking for a bit of luxury. What's the nicest inn in town? I need some well-made weapons and armor. Do you have a good smithy? Just a place to sit a spell and drown my worries. Where is a good tavern? Alright, we'll ask all of these. Affordable inn first. We have many inns for the frugal adventurer. The Red Sheaf has basic rooms, so the clientele is a touch rowdy. There are also the Burning Wizard and the Jovial Juggler, which also have finer suites. The Red Sheaf is near the center of town, as is the Burning Wizard. The Jovial Juggler is a bit further along, and sits on the southern edge of the city. Alright. I'm looking for a bit of luxury. What's the nicest inn in town? The finest inn would have to be Feldepost, although it is also quite friendly. Lots of local color. Feldepost's inn is in the lower west side of the town. Giant bread. Yeah. I need some well-made weapons and armor. Do you have a good smithy? This is actually pretty close to true. We have the best smithy in all the realms. Tayram Thunderhammer Fueruim runs the Thunderhammer smithy in the eastern side of town. He has a few exceptional items as well, though you could also check Feldepost's inn. They carry trophy items, though you had best be rich as kings. Feldepost's inn is in the west, closer to the south edge of town. Just a place to sit a spell and drown my worries. Where is a good tavern? A drop or two to ease your spirits. The Burning Wizard and the Red Sheaf are in the center of town. Feldepost's inn is along the western edge, and the Jovial Juggler is along the south. They will all serve you well. Thanks for your help. No problem, friend. Enjoy your stay. Alright. It's time to meet Neera. One of the 3 Enhanced Edition
With Helm's
party members. Who I really have no love for. But that's alright. The only Enhanced Edition party member I like is Dorn. Neera and Rasad are pretty useless. But, nevertheless, we gotta clear the map, and we gotta find Neera. There's nothing out here in this particular wilderness, we're just clearing the fog. For completion's sake, which I know my audience appreciates. Now, we have to use Neera for a while in order to unlock the side quests they added, which is what bothers me. I mean, that was pretty present in Baldur's Gate 2 as well. It's like, let me have the side quests without actually having to use these worthless companions, because, God, they suck. Yeah, like I keep saying, the only Enhanced Edition companion I like, who I think is actually pretty compellingly good, is Dorn. But, in terms of the quest, I honestly think Neera has the most interesting quest, so, what if? There she is, there's Neera.
You! Hey, you! Yes, you! I don't see anybody else around here. A little help, please?
Of course, what do you need? Keep your distance, woman. Who are you and what is the problem here? I would like no part of this. Stay where you are. Option 1. Of course, what do you need?
There's bandits. Vicious, magic bandits. They must have gone to advanced bandit school or something. They're trying to capture me.
Very well, I shall defend you from these bandits. A group of spell-casting bandits? This sounds like a tall tale. Very well, I shall defend you from these bandits.
My hero. Now, where are the rest of your men hiding? I'll be honest. I was betting on you having a legion of soldiers because you'll need it, and oh goodness, they're here!
Here we go. Alright. Scene time.
So, you would try to hide from us behind this unfortunate fool. Your cowardice proves as deadly as your reckless magic.
Ikendor.
You're the one trying to capture me! And I still don't know what you want, so I'd rather not let it happen. Get out of here before me and my new friends decide to eject a fist into your mouth.
You there, stand aside and give me the girl. Surely you won't risk your life for a stranger.
1. I won't let you harm her. By what right do you hunt this woman? 2. Looks like she's with me now. What can you offer to change that? 3. Take her for all I care. I have no idea who this woman is. I'll go with option 1.
By my right as a wizard of Fae, we must study her anomalous powers, whether or not she comes willingly.
1. What anomalous powers are you talking about? 2. Let me guess. By study, you mean dissect? 3. Back off before I see whether you're as red on the inside as on the outside. Let's ask about the anomalous powers.
I shouldn't be surprised that one as uneducated as you cannot spot a wild mage when you see one. Her spells cause more harm than good. We must extract her secrets and, of course, prevent her from harming herself or others. I have said enough. Hand her over.
Alright. Decision time. 1, no, she is with me. Or 2, alright, you've convinced me. Take her, she's yours. She's with me.
If you wish to die for this wild mageling, so be it.
It's time.
Away with you, you pompous creep!
Not again.
Kendall, where did you go? We can't let her escape. Slaughter them all, and we'll sort this out once we find him.
Uh-huh. So we have 3 hostiles. Thayan bodyguards and 1 Thayan wizard. Fuck you, buddy.
For the glory of Helm!
Hurt than I thought.
My blade will cut you down to size.
I am really sorry about what just happened.
Everyone's
I didn't
alive.
want to involve you, but if I hadn't run into you when I did, they'd be elbow deep in my brains right now.
What will you do now? Surely a Kendor will return at some point. No apology is necessary. I was merely doing what any honorable person would do. That's well and good, but custom dictates that you dump a load of gold into my hands. Let's go with option 1.
Since you were kind enough to save me from those wizardly thugs, I was wondering if I could stay with you for a while. For your protection, as well as mine. I swear, I'm quite a skilled spellcaster. I can hurl a fireball like you wouldn't believe.
We'll swap out a Jantis for her and then flip it as needed. So, very well. Your company would be appreciated.
Fantastic! Let me just get my... well, nothing. I'm ready to go now.
We'll remove a Jantis.
My honor is my life.
Something wild. I met a half-elf named Neera on the road and rescued her from a group of red wizards intent on studying her talent for wild magic. Her spells are unpredictable, but sometimes far more powerful than those of other spellcasters. Her personality seemed just as unpredictable, so I hope I made the right choice in bringing her along. Neera has a traveler's robe. This mage robe has been perfected for use by any rambling itinerant mage that travels from town to town. Its enchantments provide protection from the bandit's arrow and from the jealous mage thief that lies in ambush with his stinking cloud. As with other robes of its kind, the traveler's robe can only be worn by wizards. Armor class 1v missile attack, save v breath +1. And Neera's staff +1. This finely crafted and intricately engraved quarterstaff was improved upon by Neera herself. Her intent was to create a staff that would inflict fiery pain upon its victims, but she fell slightly short of that goal. While it can light enemies aflame, there's also the chance that the staff will backfire and incinerate its wielder. When the staff strikes a target, there is a 10% chance that either the target or the wielder will take 1 point of fire damage, usable by Neera. And, here's the important one, gem bag. This small bag is ideally suited for holding gems. There's a fire agate, a lynx eye, a sunstone, and a turquoise, which we have not read about yet. Turquoise is an opaque aqua stone with darker mottlings and is found in the more arid reaches of the realms. Horsemen will often place a sliver of this stone in a horse's harness as a sign of good luck. Alright. We're going to give her gym bag to protag. Me, Travis, protag. As in protagonist. And we should read her character bio too. When asked about her past, Neera says she has been on the run from red wizards for months and months. She seems quick-thinking and a little glib, but you have heard that wild mages are among the most powerful spellcasters as long as they don't have an accident. Despite her cheerful and capricious demeanor, you sense her past haunts her. As much as she loves unleashing the powers of her wild magic, she also seems to fear the harm it can cause. Alright. Bye for now, Neera. You stay here.
What is it this time? Seriously? After all we've been through? Obviously, I had the wrong idea about our friendship. When you're ready to apologize, you can find me at the Friendly Arm Inn.
Perhaps we'll meet again, Neera. Alright, so she's gonna go to the Friendly Arm, which is all well and good for me.
Helm,
for goodness!
Give me strength!
Let's get Ajantis back. Put him back in the lead.
I take honor with this responsibility you have bestowed.
Get our party orders sorted out as well. Alright, leather armors and long swords. We have read about all of those. Pretty basic. Alright, next thing to do is head to the Thunderhammer Smithy. Let's clear fog. We're mapping out Beregost right now. Trevor just asked what we're up to. Neera is at the friendly arm. After we recruited, looted, and promptly disbanded her. After admittedly saving her ass from Red Wizards of Thay. North edge is clear. Hi Chronic, how are you? Welcome back to the stream. Good to have you here, as always. Check the barrel, Ajantis. Gold and a dagger. Thunderhammer Smithy. This is the next spot I wanted to explore. See if we can clear out all the pocket ore first. Looks like we can! Lovely. Yep. Alright. Into the Thunderhammer Smithy we shall go. Smith, and Tayrom Fuberuin.
With Helm's blessing.
What you want? I'm gone.
You point, I punch. Squeaky wheel gets the kick.
Let's try the locks in here first. See what we're dealing with.
Yep. This way.
Less talk, more fight. Full plate and packing steel.
I care not.
Ammo in first.
I've done had enough of this.
Lockpick succeeded. 10 experience. If we actually try to loot it, I'm pretty sure the guards can make calls. All that's in there is the spear anyway.
My honor is my life.
Alright, let's talk to Tayrom.
Yeah!
With my lead.
Kiss me, blarmy. What you wish done?
Hello there. Is there anything I can do for you on this fair day? Could you show us what you have for sale, or nothing at the moment? Now, he's got some good shit. But we need to sell everything we can. He apparently won't buy our rings. Whatever, that's fine. We'll sell the cursed girdle and the backup morning star. I need to ground the club, because no one's going to buy it. Let's look at his items. Beryll's retort +1. The only thing dwarven warriors love more than a cool pine is a short-hafted blade of cold steel, perfect for penetrating the thick skulls of orcs. These axes serve equally well when thrown or held in one hand. Mace +1. In this case, the head is pyramidal and seems to glow with an inner blue light as it sits atop a polished oak shaft. The mace is a direct descendant of the basic club, being nothing more than a wooden shaft with an iron head mounted on the end. Shortbow +1. Shortbows were the first bows to be developed, although they were not called such. This is more of a default term that refers to anything which is not a longbow. This is a magical shortbow, giving the user an additional +1 to hit and damage. Two daggers +1. The typical dagger has a pointed, usually double-edged blade, as opposed to a knife, which has a single edge and is a bit shorter. This dagger is magical, improving speed, accuracy, and damage. Dart +1. 200. The dart is a small, easily concealable missile weapon that is thrown rather than fired from a bow or other launcher. Magical darts, such as this one, are sought after by thieves and mages. Sling +1. Slings have existed since the beginning of recorded history. The basic sling consists of a leather or fabric strap with a pouch for holding the missile. However, this one has been imbued with a small magical enchantment. The weapon is held by both ends of the strap and twirled around the wielder's head. When top speed is attained, the missile is launched by releasing one of the strap's ends. Quarterstaff +1. The simplest and humblest of staff weapons, the quarterstaff is a length of wood ranging 6 to 9 feet in length. High-quality quarterstaves are made of stout oak and are shod with metal at both ends. This one is particularly special as it has been imbued with magical properties. Longsword +1. These swords are usually referred to as double-edged swords, war swords, or military swords. The blade hums slightly in your hand, the only overt evidence that magic runs through it. Short sword +1. The short sword is the first type of sword to come into existence. In the simplest of terms, a short sword can be considered a dagger with a blade so long that it can no longer be called a dagger. This short blade is magical, improving accuracy and damage. We got new shit here. Arrow +1. The flight arrow, as its name implies, is built for distance. These are lightweight arrows and are often used for hunting. Most of these arrows are made of ash or birch and are 30 to 40 inches long. Arrow of ice. This arrow is magically enhanced so as to burst into a rolling ball of ice and cold when fired. When the arrow strikes its victim, a shock of cold will travel through its body, both burning and numbing to the very core. Arrow of biting. This arrow was designed as a deadly complement to the archer. Poison smeared on the barbed arrowhead infiltrates the bloodstream of its victims, causing agony and often death. Wow. Arrow +2. These arrows were enhanced through magical means when they were created. They appear slightly straighter than the average arrow, almost alive as they effortlessly leave your bow and streak towards their target with deadly accuracy. Bolt +1. Quarrels or bolts are the ammunition fired by crossbows, regardless of the weapon's size. However, this bolt has been imbued with a small amount of magical properties, which enhances performance in flight, almost as if the bolt was guided towards its target. Bullet +1. Magical currents are embedded inside this bullet so that it seems a little more balanced and lighter as it jumps toward an opponent. What fresh hell is this? Nothing I need to answer, thankfully. Onward we go. Leather armor +1. Leather armor, despite the popular misconception, is not soft and supple like the leather used to make a ranger's boots or a druid's robe. That kind of leather offers no better protection than common clothing. Small shield +1. A small shield is usually round and is carried on the forearm, gripped with the shield hand. Its lightweight as compared to a medium shield permits the user to carry other items in that hand, although he cannot wield or carry another weapon. Medium shield +1. A medium shield is carried in the same manner as a small shield. Unlike the small shield, however, its weight prevents the character from using his shield hand for anything other than carrying the medium shield. This penalty is offset by the fact that this shield is magical. granting an additional +1 protection to its wearer. And a large shield +1. The body shield, also known as the kite or tower shield, is a massive metal or wooden shield reaching nearly from the chin to the toe of the user. It must be firmly fastened to the forearm, and the shield hand must firmly grip it at all times. Naturally, this precludes use of the shield hand for anything but holding the body shield in place. Alright. Full plate armor. Full plate armor is the best armor a warrior can buy, both in appearance and protection. The perfectly fitted interlocking plates are specially angled to deflect arrows and blows, and the entire suit is carefully adorned with rich engraving and embossed detail. Shadow armor +3. This is a +3 studded leather armor that melds into shadows, created for use by the Shadow Masters of Om. The Shadow Masters are of the highest order within the Shadow Thieves hierarchy. The Army Scythe +1. Light crossbow of speed, the Army Scythe. A short-lived outpost of humans in the frozen forest unearthed this weapon and many others from the ruins of an ancient settlement deep within that cold land. Never knowing the names of their extinct benefactors, the colonists used these tools to carve a large territory for themselves, though in the end it was for naught. Crushed by a superior number of hobgoblins, these unfortunate souls have joined the ancients in their anonymity. And Dagger of Venom +2. This dagger is a potent blade favored by assassins all across the realms. This particular Dagger of Venom was created for use by the Shadow Thieves of Om. Every time it hits an opponent, it secretes a venom into the bloodstream of the creature. The venom works quickly and effectively. We're ultimately going to buy a lot of this stuff, but we don't have the gold as of yet.
Who wants some?
I'm gonna buy one thing right
I'll
now.
make whatever you wish for a wee little bit more than me competition.
I'm gonna buy the sling +1 for Viconia, just so she has a ranged option. Need to buy her some bullets too.
I can make whatever you wish for a wee little bit more than me competition.
Oh yeah, I still need to ground that club. Gotta remember this time. There we go. We'll be back later to buy the Dagger of Venom and the full plate mail.
My honor is my life.
Let's get our party and head out. The Red Sheath Inn.
As you will.
Red Sheath. There it is. Garrick. The Burning Wizard. That's another inn. Should recognize the name by now. Beregost. There's a house. A few containers to search. Get up here and do that right quick. Let's see. 6 gold. Feldapost's Inn with some courtesans to sweeten the deal. Kagan's shop. That's where I wanted to head next. Got no signage. It's actually really hard to see. We're gonna head in there
With
anyway.
Helm's blessing.
Alright, there's some containers here. So let's pause just a moment. Kagan is a very, very, very good fighter with an evil alignment. Alrighty. I don't typically keep Kagan, but first and foremost, let's loot his shop. Empty. Empty. Another bookshelf here. Yeah, I think so. That the problem is there's not a good place to put anything because in this game, literally every corner is busy. 2 fire agate gems. Empty. Empty. Empty.
Helm with Helm's blessing.
$76 gold. More gems, more gold. Excellent. All right, let's go talk to Kagan. The only thing that's blocked right now is Imowen's portrait, the last character portrait. I think that's the best place to put it, but I could be wrong.
Greetings. I am Kagan. What can I do for you?
What kind of shop is this anyhow? Or sorry, wrong shop. Option 1. I run an escort business. I hire mercenaries to escort caravans en route from Am to Baldur's Gate. Right now I'm looking for some strong sword arms, and I'm willing to pay high. It seems that one of the caravans under my protection never arrived at Baldur's Gate, and I need to know what happened. You look like a strong group of warriors. Interested in a job? Sorry we don't have the time, or the one we're doing. Sure, we always need more money. Tell us more. That's good. I've been having a lot of problems with bandit activity lately, but they've always only taken the cargo and let the caravan go afterward. I've been catching flack from the family of some of the passengers of this caravan. After all, it was the job of my mercenaries to make sure everyone got safely to Baldur's Gate. Normally I wouldn't give one damn about some stupid whiner, but one of the passengers was the son of Entar Silvershield, and in this part of the world, his word is law. So, do you want the job or not? 1, on second thought, not really. 2, sure, as soon as you tell us how much we'll be paid. I'll pay 15 gold per head, as well as equal opportunity to loot any of the dead bodies the bandits may have left behind. 1, sure. 2, shut up and stop trying to rip us off. We're out of here. Gods, I hate salesmen. We'll take the job. Hey, I'm glad you guys have some sense in your heads. I have an underling who can take care of business here while I'm gone, so let's get a move on. Alright. We gotta boot somebody. Let's boot Imowen truly just for a moment.
You're a queer fellow.
Journal updated Entar's son. We've joined up with Kagan, a dwarf who wants to find a missing noble. The missing noble is the son of Entar Silvershield, so he's really desperate to find the kid. That's
By
fine.
Helm!
Doesn't really matter. Let's look at Kagan's inventory, see what we want to rip off. Got a battle axe. Sure. He's got a medium shield. Sure. A helmet. Whatevs. Gonna put that on Mince, though. And studded leather armor, which I'm also gonna put on Mince. I don't think it messes with his abilities. Awesome. Alrighty. Let's head out of here. We're gonna go take care of business real fast.
As you will.
Because those caravans are in a wilderness area we've already explored. We just want the experience points. So if you look at this map, you'll remember 2 raided caravans. Let's rest. Oh, sure, we'll fight.
For the glory of Helm!
For sure!
Go for the eyes, Boo! Go for the eyes! Rusk!
There we go.
With Helm's blessing.
Alright, let's have a look at the caravans. Just to solve Kagan's quest. The members of this caravan met a violent death. While there is no evidence to suggest it, you would surmise that bandits must be responsible. Kagan should have commentary. Maybe we need to get to the other one.
I don't want to talk.
Well, look what I found. This is the body of Silver Shield's son. Guess I'm in a lot of trouble now. With him dead, I'll be a wanted dwarf. From what I've gathered so far, all of you are after them damnable bandits. Well, since my reputation is now mud, how about I help you gain revenge on those scumbags? 1, we don't want you around anymore, so hit the road. Or 2, sure, we could use your skills. Entar Silvershield's son was killed. We got a few goodies from Kagan. Little experience from his quest, but spoiler alert, we're gonna boot him right now. Although, we need to do his character bio. We haven't done that yet. Lawful evil. When asked about his past, Kagan stresses that the questioners should just mind their own business if they want to keep their teeth. It is apparent that he runs a rather shady mercenary company, and that he is quite obsessed with wealth, but any information beyond this he is content to keep to himself. Alright, now we'll say goodbye to Kagan.
Go pester someone else.
You've got hardy hides, folk. If you ever need a little more dwarven muscle around, you've got it. Oh, I like when they're nice. Even when we boot them. Back to Beregost.
As you will.
We're gonna get Imoen out of Kagan's shop before we do anything else. Then we're gonna go sell shit to Tayrom. Then it's gonna be time to visit the Burning Wizard.
With
Imoen.
Helm's...
What you want?
Out we go.
Yeah!
Town Crier. Oh, we want to talk to this guy. Hear ye, hear ye. By order of his most radiant of Lathander, Keldath Ormlir, governor of Beregost, and in the best interest of its peoples, forthwith there be a bounty placed upon the head of the mad cleric Basilisk for the crimes against nature that he has committed. Anyone bringing proof of his demise to the Song of the Morning Temple shall receive no less than 5,000 gold. Hear ye, hear ye. Journal updated. Basilisk the murderer. Keldath Ormlir is offering a bounty of 5,000 gold on a man named Basilisk. I should be able to find Keldath in the Temple of Lathander, just east of Beregost. Alright, we are gonna head into the Burning Wizard next. Zurlong.
As you will.
I wish I had my old tobacco pipe.
Damn blasted hobgoblin bullies pulled the boots right off of my own 2 feet and headed into the Badlands right south of Beregost. I'll pay you 100 gold pieces to show them who's boss and get those boots back. Hey, isn't that Keldath Ormlir? He pickpocketed 25 gold off of us. A pesky thief named Zurlong... Oh, Zurlong's missing boots. A pesky thief named Zurlong has been pickpocketing me every time I try to get a word in edgewise, but I'd rather not cause a scene. He did mention losing some boots to hobgoblins in the Badlands south of the city. I get the sense that returning those boots to him may be the only way to make peace and have my money returned. Zurlong can be found at the Burning Wizard Tavern in Beregost. Really anything here. Let's talk to the bartender.
You want some whiskey?
Been a few days since I've seen as many strangers as you brought with you. Hope the town treats you kindly. What services do you have to offer a weary band of travelers? No shop, just rumors and beds, neither of which I need. Let's head upstairs. Spen Gilme.
Yeah!
We'll talk to him. Hey, what? Leave me be. To Firewine with you, and I hope you gets the gout. I don't need your back talk, old man. Get lost. Firewine? What and where is that? I'm more interested in the local color. What can you tell me of Beregost? Let's ask him about Firewine. Firewine Bridge ruins is what I mean. She be pretty far to the south and east, but a strong pair of legs will get you there just fine. I would make sure that they are strong enough to bring you back, too, though. The Firewine ruins might be quite the death trap for the inexperienced adventurer. Mind you remember that, and don't blame old Spen if you lose a few of your fellows stumbling about within. Is there anything interesting here in Beregost? Hereabouts? The temple to the east be an interesting view if you like that sort of thing. I don't. Don't like much, actually. Don't think I like you, either. Leave me to my reading.
My honor is my life.
Yep. I'm gone.
Let's loot around. We have an Isle gem. A mace, currently unidentified. That's going to go to Viconia, and it's going to be very good. Empty. Guess I'll take the experience. A dagger. Ooh, yay. And a sunstone gem. Alright.
Helm, give me strength!
So we have sellables, and then the realm of actually important things. We have this mace, which we need to identify first. Mace of Stunning, the Stupefier. This mace isn't just sleek and elegant, it's stunning. With a shot to just the right spot, it can render a foe completely paralytic. 10% chance per hit of stunning target for 1 round, save versus spell negates. We're going to give that to Viconia. She, after all, is our mace user. We'll sell off that basic bitch mace she's been using. And there was much rejoicing.
As you will. As you will. As you will.
That's it for the Burning Wizard. Let's return to Tehram to do a little offloading.
Yeah!
I can make whatever you wish for a wee little bit more than me competition.
Yay. Alright. Now,
with Helm's blessing,
let's talk to Garrick, just outside the Red Sheath. Another one of the 4 inns that we haven't explored yet. Garrick.
Hello there. I
Hail.
have a pretty proposal for you.
First, I have a proposal for you. I have heard that you're an excellent group of warriors. How would you like a well-paying job as bodyguards for my mistress? Ah, yes. I remember this. Sorry we don't hire out as mercenaries. We're always on the lookout for money. Tell us more. I'm Garrick, and I work for Silky Rosina. She's the most skilled musician and actor along the Sword Coast. In fact, she's to play at the Ducal Palace before the month is done. However, she's been having some problems of late. Some thugs have been hired by Feldepost to hurt her bad because she didn't perform at his inn when she was supposed to. You can't blame her for not showing up, what with a villain like Feldepost running the place. She needs mercenaries to protect her until she's ready to go to Baldur's Gate. She's willing to pay about 300 gold. What do you say? Sorry, kid, we're not interested. That sounds fair. Why don't you show us to this mistress of yours? I think you've made a good decision. Now just meet me outside of the Red Chief Inn.
Yes, sir.
This is my mistress, Miss Silky Rosina. Greetings, mercenaries. I'm Silky, thespian extraordinaire.
Greetings, mercenaries. I am Silky, thespian extraordinaire.
So, Garrick, these are the only mercenaries you could find? I guess they'll have to do. You look to be worth about 300 gold. That's what my little Garrick offered you, isn't it? I offered them 300 gold, just like you told me. Well then, I assume Garrick has explained what your duties are. You must simply dispose of the ruffians when they come to threaten me. They shouldn't be too hard to deal with, but I would advise you to strike fast. Whatever you do, don't speak with them. One of them is a mage whose mystic words can sway even the most wise of men. Here they are now, Feldepost's thugs. Strike when I tell you to. Greetings, Silky. We're here as you've asked, and we have the... Don't try to threaten me. I won't be easy prey for you to beat on. I've brought friends. What are you talking about? We're here with gems that... Shut up! There will be no weaseling out of this one. Strike now. Kill them all. They're as good as dead. And you actually get a better reward for going with what's clearly true. Stop this madness. We won't murder those who are obviously innocent men. Our deal is off. In any case, you're probably too cowardly to be any good in a fight. I'll deal with them myself after I deal with you.
For the glory of Helm!
A potion of invulnerability, 400 gold, and a magic quarterstaff. This potion confers very high resistance to all attacks while giving bonuses to all saving throws. It can only be used by those trained in the martial arts. We need to rest so we can identify that quarterstaff. Glade, Tessalon, and Baldur.
Yeah, mate.
We thank you for stopping the evil witch before she killed us. Here, take this as a token of our appreciation. The party has gained an item, Potion of Defense. This potion confers protection against physical attacks, setting the imbiber's base armor class to 0. The effect lasts for 2 hours. Talk to Garrick now.
I am at your service.
Silky's dead. I guess she had it coming. You can't be evil like her and expect to get away with it. I'm out of a job now. Would it be too much to ask if I could join up with you? No problem. We don't need anyone else right now. So I'd like to, if I want to actually eyeball Garrick, Maybe remove someone else first. Imoen will do.
I care not.
So, let's do what we do. Raid his inventory. A short sword. 20 crossbow bolts. And a leather armor. And a light crossbow. Let's read his bio. Chaotic neutral human bard. When asked about his past, Garrick explains that he was part of a celebrated acting troupe called the Dalewind Troubadours. They traveled the length of the coast from Neverwinter to Am, and often played to dukes and other nobility. Indeed, few others could afford the cost of a performance when the group was at its peak. Garrick does not speak fondly of this time, however, as the direction the group was taking left him dissatisfied with their conduct. He apparently discovered that performances were being used as distractions for thievery, and declared he would have nothing to do with it. Rebuffed by his comrades, now he wishes simply to travel and play his music for those that will listen. He seems a bit young and naive, and a touch too ready to take the word of a stranger. Alright, bye Garrick. We're gonna keep Imoen, of course.
Life is glorious.
Ah well, I suppose it will give me the opportunity to work on this new ballad I've been thinking of. I bet you'll never guess who the protagonists are.
You're a queer fellow.
Alright, into the red sheaf we go. Before that, though, we should actually... There are a couple of things we should do. We should go back into the Burning Wizard and buy a peasant room and rest.
Yeah.
So I can identify that quarterstaff.
You want some whiskey?
That's the important piece. Quarterstaff +1. This one is particularly special as it has been imbued with magical properties. We're going to put that on Jaheira. We'll ground her basic bitch quarterstaff, because it sells for literally 0 gold. We'll sell this other shit to Tayrom, and then we'll head into the red sheaf. Courtesan. Tayrom isn't here. You may not rest here. Either find an inn or rest outside.
I serve the flaming fist!
No sleeping in the city streets. If you tire, you must either find an inn or go outside the city boundaries. Wait for him to leave. Try again.
I serve the flaming fist!
Try again. Oh shit! I've rested for 8 hours. Amazing.
With Helm's blessing. As you will.
I can make whatever you wish for a wee little bit more than me competition.
Alright, so there's a lot of shit he won't buy. The bolts I should just ground.
Yeah!
Alright, let's go enter the red sheep.
You're at the end of your rope, I'll wager.
Karlat! Ah, yes. This is the first kind of genuinely difficult bounty hunter. Got a fresh email. Got a few, actually. Just need a moment. Maybe multiple moments. There we go. You're at the end of your rope, I'll wager. Not that it's anything personal, you understand, but I'm afraid your time on this here ball of mud is just about done. Why are you doing this? I've done nothing to you. Whatever you're being paid, I'll double it. I hope you've the will to back up those words. We'll go with option 1. You've done nothing to anyone, far as I know. Don't matter one whit to me. A price is a price and a head is a head, and whenever the two meet, there's old Karlat making his living. Like I said, it's nothing personal. Stop with the email, please. Alright, let's fuck this guy up. Like I said, he's the first actually kind of hard one.
Go for the eyes, Boo! Go for the eyes! Rusk!
But with a full party, we should be okay. And so we are.
With Helm's blessing.
Chainmail, medium shield, battle axe, gold, and a letter we should read. Bounty notice. Be it known to all those of evil intent that a bounty has been placed upon the head of Travis, the foster child of Gorion. Last seen in the area of Candlekeep, this person is to be killed in quick order. This offer has been extended to all appropriate guilds. Those returning with proof of the deed shall receive no less than 350 coins of gold. As always, any that reveal these plans to the forces of law shall join the target in their fate. Alright.
What you want? I've done had enough of this.
You point, I punch. Butt kicking for goodness! Less butt kicking for goodness!
I've done had enough of this.
By Helm!
Gold! Yay! There we go.
As you will.
Lockluger, Purdue, bartender, and 1 barrel to loot. Talk to the bartender first.
You want some whiskey?
Is there anything that I can help you with? He doesn't do vending. Alright. Talk to Lockluger. It's a Monty Python reference. Oh, I'm a lumberjack and I'm okay. I work all night and I sleep all day. Where did Purdue go? Did he really wander out front? Yep, he did.
Queer things have been afoot lately.
Hello. You wouldn't have happened to see a big loutish guy with a dog's head on him around here, have you? A dog's head? Can't say that I have. Who's asking? A dog's head? You heard me. A dog's head, and breath that could peel paint, too. Oh, a warg. Oh, a knoll. Oh, a gibberling. That's a good one, kiddo. Bye now. It's a knoll. Yeah, a knoll. There's one old up in the hills due west of here, close to the high hedge. Damn thieving ball of fur stole my short sword 2 days back. Never liked them myself. How much would that blade be worth to a runty guy like you? Or, a knoll did that. How about I just go down to the store and buy you a new one? My condolences, little guy. Hope things pick up for you. Option 1. Yeah, lay off the short guy jokes. They're older than your grandmother's uncle. The damn blade ain't worth nothing. It's a pride thing. I'll give you 50 gold pieces if you'll wipe his arse with it. You've got yourself a deal. Or, for 50 gold, that knoll can wipe his own arse. Hey, did you hear the one about the halfling who climbed into the ale keg to lick up the last drop? You've got yourself a deal. Yeah. Purdue's short sword. Feeling somewhat sheepish after treating him so poorly, I have agreed to retrieve the sword of poor Purdue the halfling from a band of gnolls apparently lurking in the plains west of Beregost, close to the high hedge. To the second floor. Raelio Windspear.
As you will.
Glad to meet you, friend.
Hail and well met, traveler. Raelio is the name, Raelio Windspear. Haven't seen you around here before. Perhaps you are new to town then? I make a point of meeting as many people as I can wherever I go. So many stories and tales. What can you tell me of Beregost? Have you been to the south? I hear tell of trouble in Nashkel. Or, take a walk. I don't need your company. What can you tell me of Beregost? What would you like to know? I have met many of the locals, and I know a bit of history as well. Any outstanding quests that need resolution? I fancy myself a bit of an adventurer. What are the concerns of the day? How have the troubles lately affected people? Nothing in particular, just interested in the sights, perhaps shopping. Number 2, what are the concerns of the day? Oh, I suspect you mean the iron shortage? I imagine it has affected the local smithy quite a bit. Tayram is a wonderful blacksmith, but he's got a lot of time on his hands these days. His shop is still reasonably stocked, but I think he's looking for other materials to work on these days. Not sure what that might be, but he's quite adept at exotic materials. Anything else I can help you with? Any outstanding quests that need resolution? An adventurer, eh? Well, if you are up to the task, I hear there are strange things in the Oldcaster school ruins southeast of town. I would nay go down there unless you are quite sure of your abilities, though. Many a well-meaning fellow has gone and not come back, only for those adept in battle. Other than that, I know that the Lady Mirianne has been awaiting news of her husband for some time. He was to come up from Hom, but is overdue. I know she would be grateful for any news. She lives on the east edge of town if you find anything. Anything else you would like to know of? Nothing in particular, just interested in the sights. Shopping? Then you must stop by Feldapost's Inn. They have a number of trophy items for sale. Some are even magical in nature. Best you bring gold aplenty, though. They are not cheap. If you really have coins to spare, I'd suggest going west of the city and seeking out Thalantir. He has a shop in his keep, though he does not welcome visitors. Trust me, you will want to speak with him immediately if you go there. Wandering about his shop without permission is downright deadly. I think he likes scaring folks a bit. Anything else you need? No thanks, you have been a great help. Not a problem. Always a pleasure making new friends. Alright, let's try this one. Locked.
I care not.
Imoen, give us some experience.
This way.
1. Yes.
My honor is my life. Yeah!
P for the win. It's empty.
Helm, give me strength!
But hey, we got the experience, right?
Yeah! Another fucking email. Jesus.
Locked. Get in there, M.O.N.
You're a
You
queer
are up
this way.
first, girlfriend. Gold and a bloodstone gem. Bloodstone is a dark greenish-gray variety of quartz flecked with red crystal impurities. 90% of the bloodstones in the realms come from the Galena Mountains in Damara, and most of those from a single mine in Bloodstone Pass. The border pass is heavily fortified and guarded, as bloodstones are the chief export for this region.
As you will.
That one's locked.
What you want? I've
Send
done had
M.O.N. in
enough
there
of this.
too. Jasper gem. Jasper is an opaque quartz found in reds, browns, and blacks. Very rare specimens are blue or have bands of blue against the other colors. Jasper can be crushed and used in making potions and magical devices which protect against poison.
Yep.
And we'll give that to Ajantis as well for sale later.
I've done had enough of this.
Clubs sell for 0, so we'll just leave that where it is. See if Minsk can do anything with that one.
Full plate and packing steel.
Leather armor. Find the sell.
I care not. You're a queer. I'm gone.
2 more little bedrooms.
Helm, give me strength!
Yay! Alright, we're done up here. So,
As you will.
let's get out of here.
As you will. As you will.
Alright, let's go to the Thunderhammer. He still won't buy our potions, but we can sell him everything else we lifted out of the red sheath.
Yeah!
I can make whatever you wish for a wee little bit more than me competition.
So the ones I want are 9,000 and 15,000. Alright. Out we go.
As you will.
There's the door. This is where I wanted to go. Neera, yes, that's who we wanted to find. Let's talk to her.
By hell!
We'll loot her house as well.
Yeah!
Salutations.
My husband had to make a sudden business trip to and I'm so worried for him. Neera, he always said. Neera, who knows the road better than old Ro? But the highways just aren't as safe as they once were, and there hasn't been a messenger from here in months. Could you keep your eyes open along the southern roads and let me know if you find anything? Journal updated. Neera's husband. I was moved by the pleas of Neera of Beregost today. Her husband, Ro, had to make a trip south to and she is understandably worried for his safety. I have sworn to keep my eyes open for any news of relevance I might encounter in my journeys down that road.
Yeah!
I don't know why I'm using Enchantus. Unless it's actually unlocked to start with, he's not going to be any good. I guess, well, yeah. Let's send up Imoen.
As you will.
What you want? I'm gone. I've done had enough of this.
History of the Chosen of Mistra. The reason why Mystra, the goddess of magic, invested a portion of her divine mind in mortals is not known. One of the more popular theories, and one that is gaining more support in light of the goddess's other actions during that period, is that Mystra foresaw the time of troubles and her own passing at the hands of Helm, and chose to give some of her power to mortals in order to ensure that her successor, the female mage Midnight, as it turned out, would have the time of troubles by sealing the tablets of fate. The theory goes on to suggest that Mystra informed Azuth at approximately the year of the rising flame, 0 DR, more than 1,300 years before the time of troubles, that some of her power must be put into the hands of mortals who would then become known as Mystra's Chosen. This power would sleep within the bodies of those mortals, allowing Mystra to call on it only with their permission. It would give the Chosen the innate ability to heal quickly and would give them lifespans far greater than those of ordinary mortals. Mystra speculated that these mortals might be able to call on her power and thereby gain some special abilities, but that these powers would not rival those of a deity. See powers below. The goddess of all magic then began to select mortals she thought to be suitable. One of the first was the young mage Elminster, and she also singled out a promising
My
wizard
hamster is getting antsy. If we be adventurers, let us adventure!
And she also singled out a promising wizard named Kelvin Aronson. Both have proved to be worthy and capable receptacles of her power, but Mystra's other early attempts to invest her power in living humans were unsuccessful, and she came to realize that only very few mortals were of stern enough substance to contain such power within themselves
Shouldn't we be doing something useful with this time?
Without being destroyed or corrupted. Even though some people aside from Elminster and Kelvin may have possessed the requisite strength, let's pause so everybody settles down. It is possible that having lived for years prior to being visited by Mystra had set them on a path from which they were not able to deviate. Whatever the reason, the problem needed to be solved. To get around the difficulty, Mystra devised a plan to use herself as a vessel to breed individuals who could be nurtured and acclimated to her power from the very beginnings of their lives. For the father of these individuals, she picked the best example of human stock she could. Dornal Silverhand, a nobleman and a former harper who lived near Neverwinter. Mystra then possessed the body of Elu Shundar, a half-elven sorceress whom Dornal was already attracted to. Mystra revealed her presence and her plan to Elu, who happily and eagerly agreed to have the goddess share her body. Elu had been reluctant, but under the influence of Mystra, the woman became a seductress, and Dornal found his advances being suddenly returned with great fervor. Dornal and Mystra Elu were wed in the year of drifting stars, 760 DR. The first of 7 daughters, Anastra Silune, was born the following winter. Silune's 6 sisters emerged at 1-year intervals thereafter, Andu Elestrial, Ambara Dove, Athena Astorma, she prefers the shortened Storm these days, Anamanue Leiral, Alasra Shentantra, known today as the Symbol, and Anese Chilue. These siblings have become known in Realmsian lore as the 7 Sisters. Dornal, who had been kept in the dark about his wife's true nature through the years, presumably because Mystra didn't want to risk losing his services, was disappointed and nearly distraught by the time his 6th child was born. He had always wanted sons as well as daughters. More importantly, he was seeing his wife deteriorate right before his eyes. The strain of coexisting with the goddess all these years had turned Elu into a withered shell, in essence a lich, clinging to life only because Mistress' power was within her. When Elu was carrying the 7th child, Dornal consulted a priest who told him his wife had been possessed by an entity of great magical power. To spare both of them any further agony, he attempted to slay his wife's physical form by severing her head from her body. As soon as he had done this, Mystra was forced to reveal herself to him, and she went on to explain her scheme. Just as she had worried would happen, Dornal was aghast at how he and his wife had been used by the goddess. He turned his back on the corpse of his wife, abandoned his lands and his children, and vanished into the north. Mystra bore him no ill will, and in fact protected him for the final 30 years of his life. When Dornell finally did meet his end, he called out to Mystra, and the goddess granted him continued existence as her servant. Now known as the Watcher, Dornell Silverhand travels the world unseen by mortals on a continuing mission to locate candidates to swell the ranks of the Chosen and to identify possible threats to Mystra and her minions. Sure, we'll take the book. Alrighty, we are done here in Mirianne's house. We got her quest.
My honor is my life, as you will.
Thunderstorm could hurt Ajantis, but we need to head to the Jovial Juggler, the third of the four inns here in Beregost. One hopes we can find somebody who will buy our frigging potions, but we shall see.
With Helm's blessing.
Stream looks moving to me. Am I frozen for anyone besides Martin? It doesn't look like my webcam's frozen. Haha, Tater! What's up, buddy? I'm glad you feel good. Skill juggler. Barrel first. And, alright. Into the jovial juggler. Commoners and Bjornin.
With Helm's blessing.
What have you been?
Yes?
They did the number on me, those half. There's a band of them fortifying themselves in the mountains southwest of here. If a taste of justice, that would do me proud. Half-ogre. Bjornin, a paladin currently healing from wounds in Beregost juggler inn, has asked me to uproot a band of half-ogres. According to his report, they have been fortifying themselves in the mountains southwest of town. Another 4 fucking emails? Jesus, tap dancing Christ. Sorry, I get so angry.
Me timber's bad enough without ye bothering me.
Gurk. So everyone's heard Rubbernecker then, is that it? Old Gurk had his by a batch of paltry Tazloid. Yeah, it's old news, and if you make one crack about the Cloakwood being an appropriate place to lose it at least, I'll put your liver on the menu. Now move on and let the next people in line have their laugh. Gurk's cloak. Now you all. Oh Lord, went too far. I think I had it cranked all the way, so okay. How? Gurk, a crusty old dwarf in Beregost, has had his supposedly famous cloak stolen from him by a batch of Tastloy in the Cloakwood. After our brief encounter, I have come to the conclusion that I'd do almost anything to rid him of that sour mood. You guys can't hear me at all. Lord. Hold on. Let me ask. Can you guys hear me at all? Anybody? Okay, sounds like the cable is worn out. I don't think that's possible either. When I lean back, it's bad? Oh. Maybe. I just don't quite have an optimal... I think I didn't have an optimal connection. Hold on. Is it better now? I'm asking because the jack was out by about 1 millimeter. And I just like looked at it and said, "Oh," and shoved it all the way in. Oh, Jesus Christ on a bicycle. How fucking stupid. I'm glad the fix was that simple, though. Alright, here we go. Oh, goodness gracious me. Alright, our mic is plugged in now. Welcome back. Alright, 21 gold.
I need a swig of some strong dwarven.
Talk to the bartender. I'm guessing he's not going to buy shit either.
Beer for ya.
Hello, friends. Welcome and make yourselves at home. Just try not to rattle the locals none, okay? Times is pretty harsh right now, and people don't need any more trouble than they've got. So what can I do for you? Yep, he also does not run a shop. And that's fine. Let's check upstairs. 40 loots. This fat loot, as it goes.
I'm gone.
Oogie Weesham. Well, we'll have Ajantis talk to him in just a minute. Small shield, onyx ring.
Wife's been getting prickly on my arse.
Wife's getting prickly on the arse. I love some of the dialogue in this game. It's so good. Alright. Well, Ajantis,
Helm.
Go talk to
with
Oogie.
Helm's blessing.
I am still level 1.
Yes?
He's still down there? Get out of my sight, peasant! Who do you mean? That Bjornen, I can feel his eyes looking at me. He's a paladin, you know. They ain't right in the head. They just look at you and you've been judged. What right do they have to do that? Why? What have you done to deserve their stares? I know what you mean, pretty high and mighty of 'em. Ah, you deserve whatever you get. Get out of my sight. Has he threatened you in some way? I'll go with 4. Well, no. But I know he's looking for me. Why else would he be down there? Sure, he says he's resting and chatting up the locals, but I just know he's here for me. Well, I'm just going to stay up here till he's gone. Why doesn't he just come upstairs and get you if he is so interested in you? We should go and tell him to stop bothering you. Option 1. Well, that would just be too easy, wouldn't it? No, he wants me to sit up here wondering if he knows that I know that he knows that I know that he knows I'm up here knowing what he knows. I just know it. Have you talked to someone about this? You seem agitated. Recent evidence suggests that a barrel full of monkeys is not half as much fun as previously claimed, and is, in fact, rather horrifying. Okay. Goodbye now. Yes, Tater, I'm still level 1. This is like actually playing D&D.
By Helm!
Leveling up is slow, but extremely rewarding when it does happen.
As you will.
Alright. Out with the jovial juggler. Now we're going to have some excitement now.
With Helm's
I know it's been a bit. But don't you worry. Let's search this barrel first of all. Gold! there is Landrin's house. Let's eyeball the rest of this little courtyard. We'll go ahead and finish clearing the map, because there's very little of it left. Then we're going to go into Landrin's house, where, as I mentioned, there's some excitement to be had. We're going to fight some spiders. If that fight is hard enough, it might take a few tries. Alright, we have explored all of Beregost. The exterior, anyway. We're going to come back once we have access to level 2 spells on our protag, because the first one we're going to learn is Knock, which is going to allow us to open all of those locks that we can't open with our strength or paltry thief skills. Before I fight the spiders, I need to take a restroom break. I'll be right back. Alright, in we go. So we've got 4 huge spiders. Not good.
Yeah!
For sure!
Shar, save me from the Spider Queen's vengeance.
So people are poisoned. I'm not sure if the poison will actually kill them or not. I think it will, but I could be wrong. Yes, it will. So I can't even get hit by these fucks.
hurt, but till I thought.
Spider body. These gigantic spiders are even more disgusting dead than alive. Their bulbous, crystalline eyes stare vacantly in your direction, and every now and then one of their 8 chitinous legs twitches spasmodically. Weighs 0. Alright. Well, I don't think I have any antidotes. Let me look at my spells and scrolls.
Who wants some?
Oh lord, I didn't want to do that. Damn. Hold on.
As you will.
I accidentally deleted one of Jahira's
For the glory of Helm!
It's basically the exact reverse opposite of what I wanted to do. I should try casting my spell buffs before I go in. Reckon?
Who wants some?
Yes?
Nature's servant awaits.
Helm, give me
yes,
strength!
oh omnipresent authority figure.
Okay.
Jalcales?
You're a queer fellow.
By Helm! As you will.
Go for the eyes, fool! Go for the eyes! Brask!
Let's not get poisoned.
With Helm's blessing.
Let's not get poisoned.
As you will.
One down.
For the glory of Helm! Yeah! As you will.
There we go. Cheese for the win, boys. We got her done. We'll take the spider body, and now we'll loot the building. Alright, an Andar gem, some gold, worn out boots. Boots are normally handmade. Common boots are made by using a form, but good boots are designed for the foot of an individual. And bottle of wine. The label on this wine bottle reads Marsember Blush Fine Vintage and claims to be a fruity blend of spices and dewflower fragrances. The vineyards of Marsember are well known for their firm grapes, which draw their flavor from the fragrant salt air of the Sea of Fallen Stars. Well, ain't that fancy. Take it. Alrighty. Goodbye, Landrin Faust.
As you will.
Poisoning is lethal at low level. That's right. Alright, let's head back to the friendly arm. Now, whoever said that early D&D editions were unforgiving, that's right. Protection from poison is a 2nd level priest spell. And I don't think you get level 2 spells until you have a level 3 priest or cleric. That might be imprecise, but I think that's pretty close. It's good to be back here, though, because there's actually something else I wanted to do anyway. We'll sell our shit to Bentley.
You must gather your party before venturing forth.
Yeah!
I need some ale.
My inn is open to all who behave themselves.
Yes, 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 yes. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. Yes.
As you will. As you will.
A stout hammer will fix most any bandit.
I'm so glad I can move home again. Bentley is a kindly man, but it is always best not to push favors too far. Here's 120 gold pieces for your trouble. I'll just take those old boots from me. If you have any of my other possessions, come talk to me again. 120 pieces of hard gold currency for an old pair of boots. A good deal by any measure, despite the creatures guarding them.
You cannot get better than the stability stone walls provide.
Ah, I see you have the largest of those pesky spiders in my house. With this one dead, I'm sure the others will have run away. You are too kind to an old gnome like myself. Thank you so much. If you have any of my other possessions, come talk to me again. Landrin's husband's old boots. Landrin has paid a pretty penny for the body of the biggest spider in her house. 100 gold pieces, and to be honest, I earned every piece.
A stout hammer will fix most any bandit.
You've done everything that I asked. Thank you kindly for helping me, dear. You've earned every copper. I expected somebody to level up. I've completed all of Landrin's tasks. But part of the reason that leveling is going so slow is because
Helm's blessing.
I got
With
6
Helm's
party members
blessing.
right away. So all of my experience is being divided 6 ways. Alrighty, back to Beregost once again.
With Helm's blessing. With Helm's blessing.
Alright, next we're going to Firebeat Elvenhair's house. A familiar name. He was at the Candlekeep Inn in the prologue. Yes, Core Rules does have friendly fire for area effect spells. I mean, the biggest power boost for me with my protag is that haste is a 3rd level mage spell. And improved haste is level 5, but once you can haste a 2-weapon fighter, that's a huge power boost.
It's hard to find decent folk nowadays.
Next time you pass through Candlekeep, you should read The History of the Bell in the Depths. It is an old favorite of mine that I'm sure you would like.
Yes?
To get his quest, we have to talk to him with our protagonist. Not only that, we can do the 30 talk Easter egg again, so that's one.
A simple task.
It's hard to find decent folk nowadays.
You're old Gorian's ward, the lonely kid of Candlekeep, of course. I heard about the loss of Gorian, and I must give you my deepest condolences. I hope since you've left Candlekeep, you've kept up on your reading. Oh, the world of books. I have heard that a new copy of that wondrous tome, The History of the Fateful Coin, can be had for a pretty penny in one of the stores around here. If you would be so kind as to buy it for an old man like myself, I'd gladly reimburse you. I'd even give you a little bonus. Excuse me, to help in your travels. It must be so hard with Gorian gone. A book for Firebead. I met an old friend in Beregost. Firebead, an elderly mage who visited the library at Candlekeep on occasion, has asked me to check out the stores in the area and purchase a copy of the Fateful Coin for him. Should I ever set eyes on it. Confining as its walls could be, there are days when I miss bone and every ounce of flesh in my body. This, I guess, is just going to be one of those days. No, headset plug is fine this time. Might be something else. And to answer the question, yes, Stinking Cloud and Abi Dalzim do hurt your party members in core rules. That's 2 talks.
It's hard to find decent folk nowadays.
3.
It's hard to find
4,
decent
5,
folk nowadays. It's hard to
6,
find decent folk
7.
nowadays.
My honor is my life.
What now, I wonder?
It's hard to
task.
find decent folk nowadays.
9.
It's hard to find decent folk nowadays.
11,
It's hard
12,
to find decent
13,
folk nowadays. It's hard to find
14,
decent folk nowadays.
15.
It's hard to
16,
find decent folk
17.
nowadays.
Don't move. Keeping count here. Slow down, buddy.
It's hard to find
18,
decent folk nowadays.
19.
It's hard to find
20,
decent folk
21,
nowadays.
22.
It's hard to
23,
find decent folk nowadays.
24.
It's hard to
25,
find decent folk
26.
nowadays.
Good lord. Quit moving.
It's hard to
27,
find decent folk nowadays.
28.
It's hard to
29,
find decent
30.
folk nowadays.
The party has gained 300 gold. Perfect.
Helm, give me strength! As you will.
Let's see if Imoen can open that.
With Helm's blessing.
You're a queer fellow. I'm gone.
39
My
gold.
honor is my life.
Hooray, let's go upstairs.
What you want? This way.
Check his other rooms. A jade ring. No special flavor text, but that's alright. And 38 gold. Not bad. Off we go.
With Helm's blessing.
So if we go one house south,
as you will,
we can wrap this quest.
With Helm's blessing.
History of the Fateful Coin. History of the Drow 2. History of the Drow, the Dark Wars. The warlike drow nature did not change when they escaped their surface foes during the descent. In fact, they immediately launched a series of wars to establish territories in the Underdark. They began by stealing and seizing dwarven magical items and using them against the dwarves, establishing an enmity that is still strong today. The drow then fought among themselves, noble against noble, priest against priestess, for rule of their new realm. This all-out war ended amid great magical explosions that brought down the roof of the largest dwarven cavern they had seized, Great Beirinden. The ceiling collapsed entirely, burying many drow and the shattered dwarven cities. The cavern, now open to the sky, became known as the Great Rift. The surviving drow nobles gathered what people, slaves, and equipment they could seize and fled into the Underdark in search of places to dwell. The scattering brought about the many rival, self-interested cities where most drow live today. Alright, and the chest, which is locked.
Yep.
Can Imoen open it?
I've had enough of this.
She cannot. Can Minsk
Who wants some?
force it?
Butt kicking for goodness!
He cannot. We'll have to come back with Nog.
With Helm's blessing.
One of those. Got a boy, a sleeping man, and 3 containers.
With Helm's blessing.
History of the last march of the giants. East of the Great Rift in the eastern Shar once stood a land of the Titans. This empire rose at the dawn of time in Faerun, and its lords fought to challenge the gods in their arrogance. In punishment, the powers cursed the reigning monarch of the land with fascination and his brethren with devotion. The powers then dropped a star onto the land. The impact of the fallen star created a huge valley later known as the Sea of Fallen Stars. Slowly picking up speed, the ball rolled through the Titan nation and onward to the south. Unable to contain his curiosity, the Titan King ran off after the bouncing sphere, and his devoted followers dutifully followed in his tracks. The meteorite rolled on until it reached the Great Sea and vanished into the depths. The monarch dove into the sea, and lemming-like, the entire Titan race dove in after him, never to be seen again. Ashamed at the destruction they had wrought, the powers vowed to keep both curiosity and loyalty firmly in check to avoid such disasters in the future. They have done so to this day, preventing both new ideas from being pursued with any speed, and the intelligent races of Toril from ever fully cooperating. How interesting. And here we've got history of the Moon Sea. The Moon Sea has a long history as the border between the Elven lands to the south and the darker, more sinister lands of the Ride and Thar, home of dragons and giant and ogre tribes in great multitudes. The deep sea was an excellent barrier to the raiders, as those tribes who sought invasion had to detour around and through the lands that would eventually hold Ulash, Zentil Keep, and Hillspar. The first true settlement in Moonsea was North Keep, a shining citadel established as a beacon of civilization and a jumping-off point for merchants seeking trade with the dwarves of the north, including not only Tethyammar but the clans of the Cold Lands, who traded their metalwork and craft for much-needed magic. In the end, North Keep was sunk beneath the icy waters of the Moonsea by the inhuman forces, and humankind suffered one of many setbacks in the region. So has been the nature of human habitation of this region since the beginning. Human settlements thrive for a few years, usually through sheer willpower and on the strength of a sharp sword, and then are overrun by goblins, orcs, dragons, beholders, or giants.
We have much
Flan,
evil to fight. We have no time for idleness.
Shut up, Ajantis. Flan has fallen and risen again. Ulash is a ruin where a decade ago there was a thriving town. Holberg and Solasprin are empty hulks. Each of the cities of the Moonsea seems threatened with extinction in its turn, then is rebuilt. This cycle may be the reason that only the strongest and the most savage survive, even prosper, in the lands of the Moonsea. The greatest cities,
we have much
Hillspar,
evil to fight. We have no time for idleness.
Hillspar, Mulmaster, and the impenetrable Zentil Keep are all ruled by evil people who control their lands with iron grips. The lesser cities, Elventree, Flan, and Thentia, may be less evil but have a strong, independent, almost chaotic nature. In many ways, the Moonsea is a frontier, with a frontier mentality. Alright, let's check the drawers. See if Imoen can pick the lock.
I'm gone.
She can.
My honor is my
Amazing.
life. As you will.
Uh-oh, what the? That was a trap. That was a trap.
You're a queer fellow.
Hold on, Imoen. Do your
I'm
job.
gone.
Yes, trap found. Uh-huh. Disarm it. There we go.
My honor is my life.
Excellent. Yeah, I'll take
With
that
Helm's
experience.
blessing.
And the gold and the gems.
Yeah!
Now let's go back to Firebead. We'll give him the history of the fateful coin we found in there.
With Helm's blessing.
Remember, we gotta talk to him with our protag in order for it to work or count. Let's put that in protag's inventory.
Yes. Done
Talk to him.
done.
It's hard to find decent folk nowadays.
Ah, you were generous to an old man, so I will be generous in turn. Let me give you another book in exchange. It is a touch darker than what you have given me, but I get a sense that you may enjoy it nonetheless. Need a band of mercenaries.
Good on you if you saved the day.
Imoen leveled up. That's good. And I think we got a reputation point, too. Yes, we did.
Surface dwellers can be so
Helm,
stupid.
Give me strength!
All right, our reputation is back to neutral. It's at 10. All right.
What you want?
So I typically get Imoen to level 6 as a thief, and then dual class her. So her HP roll is going to be max.
Yep.
thanks to the convenience options here, which are great. So she gets 25 skill points. We're going to put them all into find traps. That is by far the most important thief skill. The others aren't even close. Ooh, this is new flavor text. Pickpockets. The rogue uses this ability when filching small items from other people's pockets, sleeves, girdles, packs, and so on. With greater skill, a talented rogue can even snatch larger items, including weapons and certain articles of clothing. Open locks. A thief uses this ability to pick padlocks, door locks, and combination locks. Find traps. A character uses this ability to find small traps, pit traps, and alarms. It does not find large mechanical traps. Thieves may also use this ability to disarm any traps they find. Move silently. When a character uses this ability, he is able to move without making sound. Hide in shadows. Using this ability, a character can disappear into shadows or any other type of concealment. Bushes, curtains, crannies, etc. Detect illusion. While the character searches for traps, his well-trained eyes also allow him to detect the minor inconsistencies caused by illusion spells. This skill is the percentage chance per round of dispelling a non-friendly illusion spell within 30 feet. And set traps, 5. A thief's skill in disarming traps allows him to create snares of his own. There we go. So yeah, the most important thing for your thief is to max out find traps as fast as possible. And there we go. And her HP has doubled. Booyakasha.
By helm!
Oh yeah, and we need to read the fresh book too. Scroll case. This sturdy container allows dozens of scrolls to be placed in it, safe from exposure to fire, rain, or lightning, common hazards faced by any adventuring wizard. That's lovely. We're going to load that shit up with all the extra scrolls we find, and we're going to put it in Imoen's inventory. Because after all, we are saving those scrolls for her when we dual class her into a mage at level 6. Meantime, everybody else looks good, but let's read the history of the Dead 3. There we go. History of the Dead 3, Knucklebones, Skull Bowling, and the Empty Throne. In ages past there was but one god of strife, death, and the dead, and he was known as Yurgle, lord of the end of everything. Yurgle fomented and fed on the discord among mortals and powers alike. When beings slew each other in their quest for power and their hatred, he welcomed them into his shadowy kingdom of eternal gloom. As all things died, everything came to him eventually, and over time he built his power into a kingdom unchallenged by any other god. Eventually, however, he grew tired of his duties, for he knew them too well. Without challenge there is nothing, and in nothingness there is only gloom. In such a state, the difference between absolute power and absolute powerlessness is undetectable. During this dark era, there arose 3 powerful mortals, Bane, Baal, and Merkul, who lusted after the power Yurgle wielded. The trio forged an unholy pact, agreeing that they would dare to seek such ultimate power or die in the attempt. Over the length and breadth of the realms they strode, seeking powerful magic and spells and defying death at every turn. No matter what monster they confronted or what spells they braved, the 3 mortals emerged unscathed at every turn. Eventually, the trio destroyed one of the 7 lost gods, and they each seized a portion of his divine essence for themselves. The trio then journeyed into the Grey Waste and sought out the Castle of Bone. Through armies of skeletons, legions of zombies, hordes of non-corporeal undead, and a gauntlet of liches they battled. Eventually, they reached the object of their lifelong quest, the Bone Throne. "I claim this throne of evil," shouted Bane the tyrant. "I'll destroy you before you can raise a finger," threatened Baal the assassin. "And I shall imprison your essence for eternity," promised Merkul the necromancer. Yergel arose from his throne with a weary expression and said, "The throne is yours. I have grown weary of this empty power. Take it if you wish. I promise to serve and guide you as your seneschal until you grow comfortable with the position." Before the stunned trio could react, the Lord of the Dead continued, "Who among you shall rule?" The trio immediately fell to fighting amongst themselves, while Yergel looked on with indifference. When eventually it appeared that either they would all die of exhaustion or battle on for an eternity, the Lord of the End of Everything intervened. "After all you have sacrificed, would you come away with a nothing? Why don't you divide the portfolios of the office and engage in a game of skill for them?" asked Yergel. Bane, Ball, and Merkul considered the god's offer and agreed. Yergel took the heads of his 3 most powerful liches and gave them to the trio that they would compete by bowling the skulls. Each mortal rolled a skull across the gray waste, having agreed that the winner would be he who bowled the farthest. Malar the Beast Lord arrived to visit Yergel at this moment. After quickly ascertaining that the winner of the contest would get all of Yergel's power, he chased off after the 3 skulls to make sure that the contest would be halted until he had a chance to participate for part of the prize. Bane, Ball, and Merkul again fell to fighting as it was obvious their sport was ruined, and again Yergel intervened. "Why don't you allow Lady Luck to decide so you don't have to share with the beast?" The trio agreed, and Yergel broke off his skeletal finger bones and gave them to the players. When Malar returned from chasing the skulls, he found that the trio had just finished a game of knucklebones. Bane cried out triumphantly, "As winner, I choose to rule for all eternity as the ultimate tyrant. I can induce hatred and strife at my whim, and all will bow down before me while in my kingdom." Merkul, who had won second place, declared, "But I choose the dead, and by doing so I truly win, because all you are lord over, Bane, will eventually be mine. All things must die, even gods." Ball, who finished third, demurred, "I choose death, and it is by my hand that all that you rule, Lord Bane, will eventually pass to Lord Merkul. Both of you must pay honor to me and obey my wishes, since I can destroy your kingdom, Bane, by murdering your subjects, and I can starve your kingdom, Merkul, by staying my hand." Malar growled in frustration, but could do nothing. And yet again only the beasts were left for him, and Yergel merely smiled, for he had been delivered. There we go. Good shit.
As you will.
More Beregost.
With Helm's blessing.
We'll enter this house north of Firebeads. There's a butler
As you
here.
will.
Hey, get out of me way, you crummy loghead.
Who? Oh, forgive my disposition, but we were expecting some overdue friends. Mr. Colkettle will be most disappointed. Please do not bother him. Mr. Colkettle.
You're a long-tongued lout, ain't you?
Strangers tramping about my home. Bah, what does it matter? I have heard nothing from my son and his wife for nigh into a week now, and all else pales in importance until I do. I should have known better than to allow his travel in these dangerous times. Leave me to my sorrows. Check the barrel here. Go upstairs.
Yeah!
I care not. I've done had enough of this.
Wanted just Imoen to run around. History of Shadowdale, 8. 8 volumes, are you kidding me? Well, let's read volume 8. History of Shadowdale, the Time of No Lords. During the period when Kelvin Blackstaff held the pendant of Ashaba, the symbol of the lordship in the Dales, Sylune, widow of the murdered Lord Omri, was the de facto ruler of Shadowdale, though these years were known as the Time of No Lords. Sylune and an adventuring company known as Maine's Band were responsible for driving out the Zentil Keep forces and keeping at bay the monsters in the area. The Twisted Tower, the traditional seat of leadership, remained uninhabited following its abandonment by the evil Lord Jordan, and neither Sylune nor the companions of Maine's Band wished to assume the mantle of leader. With time, Maine's Band passed on to other lands and adventures. Apparently, that's it. Alrighty. 8 gold. Check the other rooms. We needed to speak to Mr. Colkettle.
My honor is my... with Helm's blessing.
To get a later quest going.
Yeah!
But with that done, it's finally time to head into Feldapost's Inn.
As you will.
You might remember, if you were paying attention, this is the expensive inn, the fancy one. Going in, team. Shouldn't be that hard.
Here now, get out. I don't like your type in here.
Here now, get out. I don't like your type in here.
You tell him, Marl.
You tell him, Marl. He'll keep talking to us.
With Helm's...
Are you talking to me?
Hey, I told you.
Are you talking to me?
Hey, I told you to get lost. Ain't no room here for ye trouble-making strangers. No need to get all bent out of shape. There's plenty of bar for us all. Sorry I don't want any trouble, I'll just go on my way. I'll go where I like, pal. You got a problem with that? Or, you say one more word and I swear I'll run you through. Back off. We'll go option 1. Hey, I take whatever shape I want. I'm sick of you freakish adventurers going out, consorting with gods know what, and dragging your trouble back into my hometown. What do you say to that? I just do what I think is right. We solve a lot more trouble than we cause. Well, very nearly anyways. Whoa, go easy. Let's keep it friendly. How about I buy you and the rest of the bar around? I say that I've had enough of your tone, mister. Stop pushing or I push back. Let's go with very nearly anyways. Oh, you think it's funny, do you? You mess up the local economy with your treasure. You upset the balance of nature. You flash your magic around. And because of it, maybe somebody's son thinks it's fun and goes out and gets himself killed. It's a bad example, and somebody ought to kick your ass for it. Don't get mad at me if somebody's son couldn't handle being out from under Mom's skirt. Should have taught him to fight instead of dirt farming. I'm sorry for you and your kin. Look, before this gets out of hand, maybe I should just leave. Hold on. Everyone goes their own path, and I'll not be held accountable for what the fates deal. If you think you have what it takes, bring it on. We'll go number 3. He was a good boy till your kind came through town. Filled his head with nonsense, they did, and because of it, he's dead. Now, why shouldn't I take that out of your hide? Look, I'm sorry for your son and all, but I had nothing to do with it. I just want to leave peacefully. Because if you were like this at home with him, I would have bolted too. You probably had the reins so tight you nearly choked him to death before anything else could. If you knew him like you think, then ask yourself if he wouldn't have gone anyway. It's a calling you're born with. Nobody gives it to you. Number 3. Tain't true. He was going to take over the farm and settle down. Maybe apprentice with Thunderhammer during the winter. He never wanted to adventure. That was what you wanted, Marl. Fun's fun, but you're blaming these folk for what couldn't be helped. That boy was a firebrand if ever there was. No, he was settling down. He wanted that new plow you bought last year. He got the gold by helping clear kobolds near Olgoth's beard. He wanted to make a difference, make the realms a bit safer, just like these folk most likely. By Shantae, why couldn't he just stay home? The realms call and you go. He sounds a fine lad, taken too soon, but doing what he was meant. If you'll suffer my company, I'll buy a round and toast his memory with you. If it's all right with the both of you, I would really like to leave now. Too many mood swings in the room, and I'm getting dizzy. He probably couldn't stand all the crying. If you girls are finished, I'll go now. We'll go with number 1. Twould be fitting, I suppose. To Dynaheir Nethelin, rest ye well. I would be alone a while. Well, 'tis the calmest I done seen him in a week. Still, best you move along. Marl ain't known for his steady moods. Journal updated, Marl's loss. A man named Marl tried to pick a fight with me at Feldepost's Inn, but I was able to calm him down. Marl lost a son named Dynaheir Nethelin. Alrighty. Nice work. Be right back. Little bathroom break, and I'm going to grab a soda, too. Alrighty. We are back for probably another solid hour or so. Alrighty. We are back. For good. Well, for good. I wish I could just keep streaming forever. That's not how it works, but we're fine. Let's see who else we can speak to here on the first floor of the inn. This bartender is actually one of the most important shopkeepers we've found so far. Let's talk to Jillian and Hefis first.
Do you mind? I'm off to go shopping.
Oh, hello. You must have joined me for a while, I insist. When a lady offers me a drink, how can I refuse? You do seem to be enjoying yourself. Let's give the nice answer. You are the life of the party, you are. This all reminds me of a time when Betsy and I were still... I'm so silly. I don't know a Betsy. Woo. Jillian, a girl after my own heart. Hefis. 99 takers of ale on the wall, 99 takers of ale. Take one down and pass it around, 98 takers of ale on the wall. It's pretty close to 99 bottles of beer, which is the version I always heard. Thankfully, it skips. 76 tankards of ale on the wall, 76 tankards of ale. Take one down and pass it around, 75 tankards of ale on the wall. Sounds like Hefis is having a good time. 38 tank.
When did I eat Scott?
38 tankards of ale on the wall, 38 tankards of ale. Take one down and pass it around, 37 tankards of ale on the wall. Now he's moving.
Excuse me.
2 tankards of ale on the wall, 2 tankards of ale. Take one down and pass it around, 1 tankard of ale on the wall.
Corn, when did I eat Scott?
1 tankard of ale on the wall, 1 less tankard of ale. Take one down and pass it around, and will you stop pestering me already, damn it? Honestly, you people are damn nigh impossible to handle some days. Now, where was I? Now Hefis is leaving. Now, there's 1 barrel in here, and a cook to speak to. Barrel's empty. We've actually seen that dialogue before. Now let's talk to the bartender.
I got some cheap beer for you.
Keep a low profile if you please. Tempers are short for strangers right now. So what do you want? Well, what do you have to offer? So notice, A, he's a shopkeeper, and B, he'll buy our friggin' books. And our jewelry. Thank goodness. Gonna sell those too. 6,000 gold. Not bad. Alright. Let's look through what he's got. The Protector +1. Amulet of Protection +1. The Protector. The Royal Guard of King Pyronin, ruler of Impiltur, were given the Protector as an honorary show of status. Unfortunately, members of the Guard had trouble coming to a consensus amongst themselves as to who the amulet should go. After years of internal hostility, the item was lost and the Guards replaced by less greedy individuals. So it's just a basic Amulet of Protection +1, but they gave it a fancy name and some backstory. Because that's, you know, how they do. We're not going to buy it. We'll find better shit ourselves. Battle Axe +1. Would be worth doing if you actually had an axe wielder, but we don't. The most common version of the battle axe is a stout pole about 4 feet in length with a single-edged, trumpet-shaped blade mounted on one end. Battle axes are also called broad axes. This is a magical axe. Composite longbow +1. Composite bows are longbows or short bows whose staves are made from more than one type of material. This gives greater flexibility and makes arrows fired from this bow deliver more damage. These were developed after the normal longbow. Bracers of Defense AC 8. Bracers are thick bands of metal or leather that are strapped, belted, or tied to a character's forearm. Generally, the magic that is instilled in bracers is good only during combat, since most bracers help protect the wearer from injury or improve their chances to strike an opponent. Exceptions do exist, though such specialized items are rare at best. Chainmail +1. Chainmail is made of interlocking metal rings. It is always worn over a layer of padded fabric or soft leather to prevent chafing and lessen the impact of blows. It's weird to me that some of them have extra text and some don't. But whatever. Medium shield +1. A medium shield is carried in the same manner as a small shield. Unlike the small shield, however, its weight prevents the character from using his shield hand for anything other than carrying the medium shield. This penalty is offset by the fact that this shield is magical, granting an additional +1 protection to its wearer. Large shield +1. The body shield, also known as the kite or tower shield, is a massive metal or wooden shield reaching nearly from the chin to the toe of the user. It must be firmly fastened to the forearm, and the shield hand must firmly grip it at all times. Naturally, this precludes use of the shield hand for anything but holding the body shield in place. Bastard sword +1. Also known as the hand and a half sword, the bastard sword derives its name from the fact that it is halfway between the two-handed sword and the long sword. This is a magical bastard sword. And then, stuff that really matters. Reflected image. Scrolls we're going to buy. Deafness. It's a level 2 spell. Going to buy it just the same. And Glitter Dust. I should actually read about those. Deafness. Level 2. Range 180 feet. Duration special. Casting time 2. Area of effect 1 creature. Saving throw negates. The deafness spell causes the recipient to become totally deaf and unable to hear any sounds. The victim is allowed a saving throw versus spell. Deafened spellcasters have a 50% chance to miscast any spell. This deafness can be done away with by means of a dispel magic spell or a cure disease spell. Okay. Very neat. Reflected Image, level 1, we've read about. And Glitter Dust, level 2, Conjuration Summoning. Range 30 feet, duration 4 rounds, casting time 2, area of effect 15-foot radius. Saving throw special. This spell creates a cloud of glittering golden particles within the area of effect. All enemies in the area must roll a successful saving throw versus spell or be blinded, -4 penalties to attack rolls and armor class for 4 rounds. In addition, all within the area are covered by the dust, which cannot be removed and continues to sparkle until it fades. Note that this reveals invisible creatures. The dust fades in 4 rounds. Yeah, we'll buy that too. And then it's all the shit we sold him. Alright, let's scribe those scrolls. Boom. Pretty sure I can't memorize any level 2 spells yet, no. So that's alright. Still pretty solid.
You want some whiskey?
I'm gonna buy the composite longbow +1 as well. I'm gonna put it on Minsk. I got
some cheap beer for ya.
I don't think homie here sells any arrows.
I gotta stop dipping into me own ale.
Well, he sells arrows +2, but I don't really need that. Let's head upstairs.
You're a queer fella. I'm gone.
We need to send Imoen around here on the 2nd floor. There's an important item up here we actually really do want to steal, and it's on this fellow Algernon. I'm not sure if we're actually going to be able to do it yet, but we'll try. Let's see if Minsk can force this lock.
Full plate and packing steel.
I'm gonna have to come back with
What you
knock.
want? I'm
gonna
done
leave
had enough of
Algernon for last because like I said, he's got something that's important. That one's empty. Traveler. Generic, don't care. 13 gold. Minsk,
You
can
point,
you force it?
I butt kicking for goodness!
Probably not. Oh, nope. Successfully forced it. A zircon gem. And the traveler doesn't care. Outstanding. Zircon is a brownish crystal found in igneous volcanic rocks. Zircon attains its pale blue shade with heating and cutting, usually facet cut. Alright.
Helm,
nice.
as you will.
Let's chat with Algernon.
What you want?
This is my room and I don't want visitors. Now leave me alone.
Yep. I've done had enough of this. This way. I've done had enough of this.
The target has no items that can be stolen by a cut purse of your skill. Alright.
My honor is my life.
We might just have to kill this guy. Take the reputation.
For sure!
Yes, I agree. This group could do with a swift kick in the morals.
Mutton mongering riffraff.
Shire looks upon us with favor.
With Helm's blessing.
That gets us a cloak we actually need, which is why we did that. We can just use some temple donations to get our reputation really back where we want it, but The cloak can be made in every possible shape with just about every type of fabric. The most common forms are a circular piece of fabric with a hole in the center for the head, and fabric draped from neck, connected by a chain, brooch, cord, or pins. Algernon's cloak is imbued with magical properties, such that the wearer will seem to shine with an inner glow. Boost charisma by 2. We're putting it on Ajantis, our party leader. Should boost his charisma to a solid 19. Which is great for a party leader. So our reputation is at 6.
You want some whiskey?
It'll get better. In the meantime, we'll sell homie the Zircon gem. Finally,
with Helm's blessing,
we're going to go to all the minor buildings and loot what we can.
You're a queer fellow. I'm gone.
Gonna go in with Imoen.
I'm gone.
$86 gold. Handy. I need to remember to buy arrows for Minsk before I leave town. Somebody in chat remind me of that if I forget. We'll see if Minsk can open that chest.
This way.
Cool ones. Ball plate and packing steel. Ball plate and packing steel.
Thank you. It is my birthday.
Ball plate and packing steel.
And it's pretty happy so far. Alright, well, we ain't getting that one.
Ball plate and packing steel. Butt kicking for goodness!
What you want? I've done had enough of this.
Helm with Helm's blessing.
Just for the OCD of it, let's clear out that little bit of fog of war. Get this next house. There's no important loot here, so I probably won't bother coming back. But I do want to get everything I can.
I've done had enough of this.
Get at this point, if that makes sense. A good way to put it is, there's a lot of loot here that is not accessible to a low-level party.
This way.
But is also beneath the dignity of a high-level party. So we'll get what we can, but we like, Algernon's cloak was the one item we really needed out of Beregost, along with some of the stuff we can buy from the merchants. History of the North, Volume 2. The Crown Wars. Humans immigrated in bands from the Shining Sea and up to the Sword Coast. They became seafarers, striking out across the waves to the Moonshaes, Mintarn, Rothim, and the Northern Islands. Elves engaged in an unceasing war against each other, with the humans and orcs taking over the resulting ruins. Perhaps the greatest calamity to befall the fair folk was the Dark Disaster, a killing magic that took the form of a dark burning cloud. It enshrouded the kingdom of Myeritar, and when it faded away some months later, not an elf lived, nor were trees left, only an open, blasted moor, the High Moor. All was not dark for the elves, although in retreat, barbarian humans and orc hordes grew in strength. Their power rose in the Elven Court and Evereska, remaining a stronghold to this day. They conceived of cooperation between dwarves, kindly humans, and other elves for mutual survival against orcs, marauding humans, and the tide of beasts, ogres, bugbears, trolls, goblins, gnolls, and other non-human creatures, led by the rising power of giants. Astonishingly, in at least 3 places, the fallen kingdoms and the cities of Silvery Moon and Myth Draenor, they succeeded with shining grace. To the east, on the sandy shores of the calm and shining narrow sea, human fishing villages grew into small towns, and then joined together as the nation of Netheril. Sages believed the fishing towns were unified by a powerful human wizard, who had discovered a book of great magic power that had survived from the days of thunder, a book that legend calls the Nether Scrolls. Under this nameless wizard and those who followed, Netheril rose in power and glory, becoming both the first human land in the north and the most powerful.
Shouldn't we be doing something useful with this time?
Some say this discovery marked the birth of human wizardry, since before then, mankind had only shamans and witch doctors. For over 3,000 years, Netheril dominated the north, but even its legendary wizards were unable to stop their final doom. Alright, so we'll need to see if Minsk can open that dresser. That might be it for this house. Looks like it, so we'll check that dresser with Minsk.
I've done had enough of this. This way.
I'm sorry for the
point. Butt kicking for goodness!
I'm sorry for the 2-step with
Butt
the
kicking for goodness!
attempts to unlock, but
full plate and packing steel.
Opening with Imoen gives us experience, and then if she can't, but Minsk can, we can still get the items. We're not getting that dresser either. Hello, Kathy. Nice to have you here. Welcome to the stream. Yes, Tater.
Squeaky wheel gets the kick.
Let's go ahead and do his last battle dialogue. Evil, meet my sword! Sword, meet evil! Yeah,
Bye,
I love
as
Minsk.
you will.
Can you gem duplicate in BG1? I think so.
I care not. I've done had enough of this.
Ooh, lock. Interesting. She got it.
I'm gone.
Alright, what do we got in here? Well, we'll see if Minsk can open that one.
Yes.
Otherwise, we're
Let's
done.
talk more full plate and packing steel. Butt kicking for goodness!
Nope. That one will go unlooted.
My honor with Helm's blessing.
You're a queer. This way. I'm I'm gone.
In you go. History of the Dales and the Elven Court. The founding of the Dale lands long preceded the creation of any of the existing Dales by hundreds of years. Let's pause so nobody whines at me. And the year numbering system known as Dale Reckoning is actually a commemoration of humankind being given permission to settle in the lands north and west of the Inner Sea. Most of the current Dales are relative newcomers, the older having been abandoned, destroyed, or overrun long ago. In those ancient days when Suzail and Chondathan, now called Saerloon, were mere coastal trading posts, the elves who ruled this forest entertained a request from settlers from the east, refugees and farmers from far-off Impiltur and Damara. This request was to farm and settle the borders of the great forest Corbanthor, in particular the rich dells and dales along the rivers Arken and Deshaba. These newcomers did not wish to lumber or clear the inhabited forest, but only to settle on the rich territories on its edges, and unlike some other settlers, early Sembia comes to mind, were willing to ask permission. The lords of the Elven Court granted that request in return for aid from these new Dale landers against outside aggression, both monstrous orcs and goblins from the lands of Thar, and human, the rising powers in Cormyr and Sembia. In commemoration of this pact, humans and elves raised the standing stone that is now seen where the Moonsea Ride reaches Rothalvir's Road, the road from Asembra to Hillsfar. It is from the date of the raising of this stone that Dale Reckoning is counted. According to the pact made, the Dalesmen would only settle those regions that were unforested or unclaimed by the elves. As the elven woods receded under the axes of further invaders and settlers, old dales perished and new ones came into being along the borders of the woods. People, both good and bad, have raised petty nations in the Dale land since, though any one dale that turned against the pact would have to deal with the others. Each of the dales is a large swath of farms and fields, with a few scattered settlements and usually one central marketplace, capital, or dale center. These centers are often, but not always, named after the dale they are in, adding to the confusion as to what is a dale land's territory. The Dales are not city-states, for their largest groupings of population rate as towns at best, and they lack the defensive walls common throughout the Heartlands. They are neither true nations in the fashion of Cormyr or Sembia, and occupy a gray middle ground wherein they are nothing more or less than Dales. Each Dale has slightly different laws, customs, and military organizations. Many rely on the work of charismatic heroes and adventuring companies for aid in times of trouble, and a large number of these individuals use the region as a base. This attraction for adventurers is further increased by the large number of elven and pre-elven ruins in the area, and the departure of the Elven Court for Evermeet, leaving the woods open for exploration and exploitation. The history of the Dales is filled with battles and attacks on its various members. In the Year of the Worm, 1356 DR, Scardale, under the command of Lashan Aumersair, launched a number of swift attacks, conquering a number of the surrounding Dales. A coalition of forces from the others, as well as Sembia, Cormyr, and Zentil Keep, crushed the invaders and occupied Scardale. During the time of troubles, 1358 DR to 0 PR, Shadowdale was attacked by Zentil Keep. More recently, the Dale lands have committed forces to a unified army under King Azun IV of Cormyr to turn back the Twigan invasion, 1360 DR. Interesting. I think at some point in one of the games, maybe Neverwinter Nights, we deal with Shadowdale. Anyway, History of the Chosen of Mystra we've read. We'll see if Minsk can handle that, but we'll check upstairs first.
I've done had enough of this.
History of the North 3. History of the North, recent history of the North. In the waning summer months of 1367, an immense orc horde descended from the spine of the world, intent on winding its way south into the trade lands of the north. This force of orcs, led by King Grenier, surged its way south between the Moonwood and the Coldwood, stopping just outside the citadel of Many Arrows. King Obold, orc ruler of the Citadel of Many Arrows, was terrified at the prospect of another orc horde, despite the fact that he knew they should be working together against the humans of the north and the spawn of Hellgate Keep. His tribal shamans, however, had been predicting a treacherous fall of the Citadel, and they'd told the king that he'd be deposed by other orcs. Thus it was a dark day when King Dynaheir and his horde of 150,000 orcs appeared on the plains outside the citadel of Many Arrows. King Obold announced to his followers that this horde had been sent to dislodge them from their home and send them out to be scavengers among the plains. He vowed that as Grumsh as his witness, the citadel of Many Arrows would slaughter these treacherous orcs like elves during a festival. For 4 months, the 40,000 orcs within the citadel held their ground. Assault after assault was mounted against the high walls of the garrison, but the attacking orcs were losing far more than the defenders. Still, the living conditions within the walls, never too good to begin with, created losses of their own. The battle for the citadel of Many Arrows culminated during the first week of Uktar. As another light blanket of snow sought to bury the gathered orcs, King Dynaheir threw his entire remaining army at the citadel, bursting its gates and pitting orc against orc in a flurry of swords. As the two orc kings sought one another out along the ramparts, the citadel began to burn. The orcs that survived the battle still speak of the extraordinary prowess of the two kings as they battled one another before their troops. Finally, however, King Obold ran Dynaheir through with his long sword, but Obold was severely wounded by the time Dynaheir had breathed his last breath. The orcs erupted into battle once again, and no one is quite certain what became of King Obold. It was through the smoke and snow that the victors of the conflict emerged. The dwarves of Clan Warcrown, along with a contingent of troops from Silvery Moon, charging in through the shattered gates, these new attackers quickly routed the exhausted orcs of the citadel, sending them scurrying off into the wilderness. King Emrys Warcrown now rules the citadel of Many Arrows, though the dwarves now call the city by its old name, Felbar. Most in the north still tend to refer to the city as the Citadel, however, waiting to see if it can withstand the next orc horde. King Warcrown has put out a call for all dwarves to help defend the citadel, and news of a new vein of gold and silver is spreading rapidly through dwarven communities. Hi, Infinimora. You did not miss the show. It's going to be over soon-ish. You missed 7 hours of it, but we're trucking. And not much has actually happened. We've just been exploring. We got our whole party. We got them all locked in. So, History of the North 4, another new one. History of the North, the Elven Exodus. This era left behind elven strongholds ripe for pillaging by humans and orcs. When elves chose to leave the north and travel to Evermeet, their works quickly disappeared, leaving only places like the Old Road and a ruined port in the High Forest to mark Ierland's passing. And yet it was not only the elves who would disappear from their long-held homes. The human nation of Netheril also stood on the brink of history. Doom for Netheril came in the form of a desert, devouring the narrow sea and spreading to fill its banks with dry dust and blowing sand. Legend states that when the great wizards of Netheril realized their land was lost, they abandoned it and their countrymen, fleeing to all corners of the world and taking the secrets of wizardry with them. The city of Undrentide, which we get to later. More likely, this was a slow migration that began 3,000 years ago and reached its conclusion 1,500 years later. Whatever the truth, wizards no longer dwelled in Netheril. To the north, the once majestic dwarven stronghold of Delzoun fell upon hard days. Then the orcs struck. Orcs have always been foes in the north, surging out of their holes every few tens of generations, when their normal haunts can no longer support their burgeoning numbers. This time, they charged out of their caverns in the spine of the world, poured out of abandoned mines in the Grey Peaks, screamed out of lost dwarf holds in the Ice Mountains, raged forth from crypt complexes in the Nether Mountains, and stormed upward from the bowels of the High Moon Mountains. Never before or since has there been such an outpouring of orcs. Delzoun crumbled before this onslaught and was driven in on itself. Netheril, without its wizards, was wiped from the face of history. The Eirlan elves alone withstood the onslaught, and with the aid of the treants of Turlang and other unnamed allies, were able to stave off the final days of their land for yet a few centuries more. In the east, Eirlan built the Forest of Askelhorn and Fortress of Askelhorn, and turned it over to refugees from Netheril as Netherese followers built the town of Kars in the High Forest. The fleeing Netherese founded Lork and Loudwater. Others wandered the mountains, hills, and moors north and west of the High Forest, becoming ancestors of the Uthgard and founders of Silvery Moon, Everlund, and Sundabar. Dilly dilly. All right, one more dresser.
I've done had enough of this.
Oh, the Forgotten Realms, the
Cool
Warhound
one,
Paradise.
son. Butt kicking for goodness! Squeaky wheel gets the kick!
We have 2 containers for Minsk to try. Let's
Squeaky
start
wheel
with the one
gets the
upstairs.
kick!
Alright, we aren't getting that one. Let's try
Butt
this one.
kicking for goodness!
Successful force. Someone has
serve
noticed
the
you.
flaming fist! Butt kicking for goodness!
Helm, give me strength!
I don't really care that we got spotted, because we can get out in time and never deal with those guards again. Our reputation, disliked, 6.
Yeah!
That's right, because we had to kill Algernon. No worries, though.
What you want? I'm gone.
We have one more house here, in this building cluster.
This way.
Alright, we got 2 in there for Minsk to try. Let's look it upstairs first. Oh, I've done an evil run, yeah.
This way.
I don't like it because you have to just absolutely accept all the reputation tanks that go with actually being evil. And the big downside of that is that the prices for all the shit you need to buy go up so dramatically. Yes, I've done an evil run. Alright, well, let's see if Minsk can open any of those.
You point. Butt kicking for goodness!
We'll
Full
start
plate
upstairs.
and packing steel. Butt kicking for goodness!
History of Estegund. Estegund history follows a different path than those of Durpar and Var. The Gunders were conquered in 551 DR by Reinhar I, war chief of the Archaeans of Dambrath. Estegund regained its independence when Reinhar was slain by the Howruan archmage Mykontil, so the country soon degenerated into a group of small independent city-states. Skirmishes with Var in between the city-states continued for several centuries until the king once again united the country. King Borneol was a skilled ruler, and under him Estegund began to prosper. His descendants did not share his wisdom, and in 1053 DR, King Selkarin more than illustrated this. He had failed to conquer Durpar, and Veldorn resisted his challenges. An avowed misogynist, Selkarin turned his attentions to the matriarchy of Dambrath. He led a large fleet to attack Dambrath, taking extreme losses, including his own life. Selkarin died childless, so his brother Selterir was crowned king. The new ruler faced a country with most of its fighting men gone, and an unforeseen problem, famine. The famine was caused by a blight that wiped out nearly all the year's crops in Estegund. This made him eager for a deal posed by the Durparian merchant Jeradim, and in a legendary trade, the entire country of Estegund was sold. Contrary to popular rumor, Selterir did not trade away the country for 24 pearls. In actuality, he received diamonds worth almost 1 million gold pieces. The sudden wealth gave him an instant seat on the Council of Merchants, so he retained a measure of rule in addition to his fortune. Chaka Selterir is still the richest Chaka in Estegund to this day. In the years that followed, the Gunders began rebuilding their lives under their new circumstance, and now they compete on equal footing with the merchants of Durpar and Var. Well, okay. Let's take that book. We'll sell it at Feldeposts.
Full plate and packing steel.
Boom. All right.
By hell! With
All right.
Helm's blessing.
Let's make a run down to Feldepost and sell everything.
As you will.
You want some whiskey?
Apparently he won't buy a spear. So we should go sell that to Tayrom. And get Minsk and Imoen some arrows while we're at it. Team, in you go.
As you will.
Talk to Tayrom.
I can make whatever you wish for a wee little bit more than me competition.
Alright, let's see. How's everybody's ammo? I know Minsk has none, so Imoen needs 1 arrow stack.
I can make whatever you wish for a wee little
and
bit
Minsk
more
needs
than me
3,
competition.
so let's get 4 stacks of arrows. I want to give 60 of them to Minsk. And the rest to Imoen. Now that Minsk is ranged, I'm going to move him behind all my melee characters. Perfect. That's where I want him for now. Till he gets better armor and better melee weapons. Alrighty.
Yep.
Imoen, you first.
I'm gone. I'm gone.
$4 gold, nice and easy.
This way.
need to get Minsk up here. History of the North 5! Another volume! Good lord. History of the North, the spread of humankind. The adaptable humans made use of magic they could seize or learn from the proud peoples to defeat all enemies, breaking for a time the power of giants and orcs. Waterdeep was founded. The last of the pure-blood elves died out, a result of continued marriages with humans. In the far west, men also dwelled, wise, clever primitives called the Ice Hunters. They lived simple lives on the coast since time beyond reckoning, countless generations before Netheryl's first founders set foot on the narrow sea's western shore. Yet this peaceful folk fell prey to another invasion from the south, crude longships that carried a tall, fair-haired, warlike race who displaced the Ice Hunters from their ancestral lands. This race, known as the Northmen, spread farms and villages along the coast from the banks of the winding water to the gorges of the Mirar. Northman warriors drove the simple ice hunters farther and farther north, forced the goblinkin back into their mountain haunts, and instigated the last council of Illafarn. Within 500 years of the Northmen's arrival, Illafarn was no more. Its residents had migrated to Evermeet. From the coast, Northmen sailed westward, claiming and establishing colonies on the major western islands of Ruathim and Gundarlun, eventually spreading to all the islands in the Northern Sea. Others migrated northward past the spine of the world and became the truly savage barbarians of Icewind Dale. In the centuries that followed, Askelhorn became Hellgate Keep, when it fell into the hands of fiends, and Irland collapsed under the attack of a new orc horde. The elves fled southeast, joining with Northmen, Netherese descendants, and dwarves, to form what would later be known as the Fallen Kingdom. This realm was short-lived and collapsed under the next orcish invasion, though in dying, it dealt the goblin races a blow from which they have yet to recover. Okay. Cool, I guess. Anything in these other rooms? Nope, just a couple of sleepers. Let's send in Minsk.
I've done had enough of this.
See if he can open any of the
Let's
locks
talk
and stuff.
more fight. Butt kicking for goodness. Squeaky wheel gets the kick. Full plate and packing steel.
I think there was only this one, right? Yeah. And we ain't getting it open. Rory, thank you for the birthday wishes, my friend. Good to see you as ever. How's your day? Another random house. We'll send Inuit in first.
This way.
Tater! Gifting subs! Oh my gosh. Thank you, sir. Thank you, thank you. $7 gold in this one.
This way.
Not a lot, but better than nothing.
With Helm's blessing.
This is Kagan's shop, which we've already been into. This Feldepost's Inn, which we've also already been into. Yeah, well that, and I've never actually played the enhanced editions. I'm intimately familiar with the originals, so the little differences with the enhanced editions are, some of the details are kind of catching me off guard, but it's good. It's like a little hybrid of something I know really well, and
I've done had enough of this.
Little bits of newness. Into the house.
I'm gone.
Alright, well, let's see if Minsk can force that, but let's check upstairs first.
I've done had enough of this.
Short sword. hooray. I am really excited to see what Larian
I've
does.
done had enough of this.
Mind Flayers have always freaked me the fuck out. So the fact that BG3 apparently, like, the whole story revolves around them, that's creepy, amazing news.
Butt kicking for goodness! Full plate and packing steel.
Alright, we got a dagger and a moonstone gem. Moonstone is an opaque white feldspar gem polished to a bluish sheen. Old legends say that the sight of a moonstone would cause a lycanthrope to revert to his animal form. Whether or not this is true is unknown, as anyone close enough to find out apparently hasn't lived to tell the tale. However, moonstones have been used in spells that affect this particular curse.
Bye. Yeah!
Vince, give Enchantus your pickups.
What you want? This way. I've done had enough of this.
Alright, let's see if Mince can open that. Probably not, but we'll see.
You point, I butt kicking for goodness! Butt kicking for goodness!
My aunt with Helm's blessing.
That's another good little cluster. We'll take a little offloading break with what we have found.
Helm's blessing.
You want some whiskey?
Need to head to Thunderhammer again as well.
As you will.
Must rest. That bad case of hunger,
I must rest.
Alright, people are getting fatigued. We'll rest in one of the inns before we continue with our little looting extravaganza.
I can make whatever you wish for a wee little bit more than me competition.
As you will.
Alright. People are worn out, so let's grab a quick rest here in the Red Sheaf.
As you will.
You want some whiskey?
Peasant is fine.
Yeah!
Our fatigue is handled.
I've done had enough of this.
Head on in, girl. There you go.
I've done had enough of this. This way.
Welcome back, Tater. How are you? With ribs! Well, your life got better while you were away. Alright, we got 2 containers to see if Minsk can open them.
I've done had enough of this.
Let's talk more butt kicking for goodness! Butt kicking for goodness!
Start with the one upstairs.
Butt kicking for goodness!
Successfully forced that one. A light crossbow and 3 bolts. Ooh, yay.
Squeaky wheel gets the kick!
Nothing there. Alright.
Yes, Boo, I agree.
Helm,
This group
give me
will do with a
strength!
swift kick in the morals.
Yeah!
2 other buildings to check out. Start with this one. Yeah, 6 reputation is a little low for my good characters. They're going to be bitching.
I care not.
That's alright.
I've done had enough of this.
It'll get to 18 before we know it.
I've done had enough
And
of
that's
this.
as high as we want it, because if it gets above 18, then Viconia will leave the party. Elaine! Oh shit, he's named.
You said something?
Welcome, my dear. You were early. Excuse me. Indeed, I was expecting visitors, but none such as you. Be gone before my company arrives. I should not tolerate the mood being ruined by a band of miscreants. I think if I get out of sight, it's going to say if I get out of sight, and I thought I had.
I'm gone.
She's
I'm
shifting
gone.
just a little into his line of sight. If we hide, we can avoid triggering the guards, but there we go. To the upstairs. Another fucking email, are you kidding me? It's all good. Boom.
I've done had enough of this.
Alright. We actually cleared that house. That's pretty great.
I'm gone.
Give it chances to goods. Sell.
I'm gone.
My honor, yeah!
And we'll check this 3rd and final house.
You're a queer fellow. I've done had enough of this. This way.
History of the North 1. That's yet another new History of the North. History of the North, the first flowering. For millennia, gold elves dwelt in Illifarn, where Waterdeep now stands, in Irlan along the River Shining. From their ornate forest cities, they traded with emerging human nations like Netheril and Delusk and repulsed the attacks of the goblin races. Meanwhile, dwarven clans united as the Nation of Delzoun, named for the dwarf who forged the Union. The nation, existing primarily underground, extended from the Ice Mountains to the Nether Mountains. Silver Moon Pass was its western border, and the Narrow Sea its eastern shore. Orcs came from north of the spine of the world, but were turned back in great slaughter by the elves. To this day, this is the homeland and stronghold for orcs and similar races. Okay, well, that one was pretty easy. All right, good. History of the Moon Sea. All right, we've read that one already, thank God.
This way.
History of the North 4. I happen to know we've read. History of the North 7. I think that's a new one. History of the North, 1368, Year of the Banner. As the dwarves settled in for the winter in their reclaimed city of Felbar, a group of Zhentarim-sponsored adventurers broke into Great Worm Cavern, slaying Elrum the Wise, shaman leader of the Great Worm tribe. As the tribe's warriors descended into the ranks of the evil adventurers, teleportation magic spirited at least 3 of those responsible, as well as a vast amount of treasure stolen from Elrum to safety. According to Themrin, the tribe's present shaman, Elrum promised to watch over the tribe in spirit now that my mortal form is destroyed. Despite the reassuring words of Elrum, the tribe suffered through an oppressive winter that included heavy snow, scarce game, and low morale. Trusted visitors to the barbarian encampment report that Themrin and Gweshan Ironhand Talistars are wearing some form of armor made from the scales of Elrum. This use of their former shaman's body as protection was supposedly ordained through a dream vision. The armor appears as little more than a supple leather armor, but seems to deflect blows and protect as well as full plate armor. Nesme reported a drastic rise in the number of troll attacks in the Evermoors, and various sources confirm that something is driving the trolls out of the moors. Whatever is behind the trolls' exodus is destined to remain a mystery for the remainder of the year, as adventuring parties expend themselves against the never-ending supply of trolls that are fleeing the bog. In the most surprising move of the year, the Blue Bear tribe, led by the shaman chieftain Tanta Hagara, marched on the fiend-ridden fortress of Hellgate Keep. While the brief struggle for political control of the city was reported by various sources, Tanta Hagara emerged as the new ruler of the city. Alright, let's see if Mince can force either of those. There was one downstairs, too. As I recall.
Cool one. Ball plate and packing steel. Ball plate and packing steel.
Got that one. A whopping 9 gold pieces. Don't belittle it, it's better than nothing.
Ball plate and packing steel.
But it should go to show you that a lot of this loot that we're missing isn't that good.
Ball plate and packing steel.
Alright, let's pass all the gear to Ajantis. We'll sell it between Feldepost and Thunderhammer.
Helm, give me strength! As you will.
Do.
As you will.
You want some whiskey? I got some cheap beer for you.
Need to go to Tayrom's for the rest.
Yeah! With Helm's blessing.
I can make whatever you wish for a wee little bit more than me competition.
And bolts just need to go to the ground. They're useless. Fair enough.
As you will.
What you want? This way. I've done had enough of this.
Alrighty. That one's done.
By Helm! Yeah!
Yep. I've done had enough of this. This way.
Longsword. Okay, well, let's see if Mints can force that.
You point, bowl plate, and packing steel. Squeaky wheel gets the kick!
You can. Little jewelry. A little very welcome gold. This game is not on the Elder Scrolls economy.
Is my life. With Helm's
gold is and stays useful for almost the entire game.
I care not. This way.
Hit this one, Imoen, if you would.
I've done had enough of this. I'm gone.
Let's see if Minsk, that one's empty. Let's see if Minsk can force the log.
I've done had enough of this. This way.
Instead,
bowl plate and packing steel. Butt kicking for goodness!
Now serve the flaming fist!
My honor is my life.
We got a splint mail out of there. Which should go very well. Not on Jantis, he's already got plate. Not on Jaheira. Maybe on Vicky? Yeah, it's good on her. So put that chainmail in. Well, hold on. Minsk might want the chainmail. Yep, it beats his studded leather. Which is currently better for Imoen. There we go. Everybody's second-hand gear got nicely passed down.
As you will.
Next building.
You're a queer fellow. I've done had enough of this. I'm gone.
Little jewelry, good stuff. Battle axe. All right.
Helm with Helm's blessing.
Excellent.
What you want?
And here's another one.
I've done had enough of this. I've done had enough of this.
Dagger. Long sword. Potion of Agility. That's actually a new item. Let's read up on it. This potion will set the dexterity score of the imbiber to 18, affecting armor class and missile attack adjustment for the duration of the effect, in this case, 3 hours. Not bad.
Buy as you will.
Alright, there's Mirian's house that we've already been into. Let's loot this little barrel here. Already got it. Alright, let's offload. We've got 2 more building clusters to loot, northeast and south. We'll offload and we'll do south next and northeast last. Then we'll finally be done running around Beregost. You think this is bad? Wait till we get to Baldur's Gate.
I can make whatever you wish for a wee little bit more than me competition.
So the rest of this we can sell at Felder Posts, which is what we're going to do.
As you will.
Mutton mongering riffraff.
Imoen and Ajantis and Minsk all don't like our group's reputation. Jaheira and I don't care, and Viconia is happy.
Yes?
With Helm's blessing.
You want some whiskey?
All right.
With Helm's blessing.
All right, let's do this cluster of buildings on the south.
Yep. I've done had enough of this.
Well, we've
This
done
way.
full kettle. Forgot, did I check upstairs?
I'm gone.
Yeah, I did. I've explored here already. But I haven't looted all the containers, it would seem. Okay, good. That one is clear. Very nice.
I've done had enough of this.
This is Firebead Elvenhair, right here. I know we did that one. I know we did Landrin, and I know we did the Jovial Juggler.
I've done
and I
had
actually
enough
know
of
we
this.
did the one south of Firebead, because that's where we got our copy of History of the Fateful Coin. So let's just go clockwise. Reasonably sure I did this whole house.
I've done had enough of this. I care not. I've done had enough of this.
Just making sure
This way.
we did everything we could. Yes. But I wanted to look at the house south of Firebeads.
This way.
There we go. All your ribs are gone. How did that happen? Did you eat them all?
I've done had enough of this. I've done had enough of this.
Alright.
I've done had enough of this.
Let's have Minsk check on that
You
chest.
point, bowl plate, and packing
You're a queer
steel.
fellow. I've done had enough of this.
Less talk, more fight. Butt kicking for goodness!
That's what I thought.
Squeaky
What you
wheel
want?
gets the kick!
I've done had enough of this. I'm gone.
Alright, Minsk is destined to enter this house too.
This way. I'm gone. I've done had enough of this. I'm gone.
Cool ones. Bowl plate and packing steel. Squeaky wheel gets the kick!
Alright. Not gonna care about that one then.
My honor is with Helm's blessing.
Yep. This way. I've done had enough of this.
Succeeded, but they will call the guards. Let's
I've
clear
done
upstairs
had enough
first.
of this. I've done had enough of this.
Short sword there. Oh, very good. Imoen can loot the whole house.
This way.
I want this gem. And we just need to get the fuck out before the guards actually arrive.
Mutton-mongering riffraff.
Booyah.
My honor. As you will.
Another building.
You're queer. I've done had enough of this.
Yeah, there's a lot of
I'm
shit
gone.
to search in Beregost. It's true. History of the Dragon Coast. That's a new one. The history of the Dragon Coast is the history of money, particularly the darker side of the coin. Situated on the main trade routes between the Inner Sea and the Sword Coast, these lands never coalesced into a solid, coherent nation like Cormyr or Sembia. Instead, small, petty city-states have risen and fallen, powered by greed and the most powerful merchant or pirate faction of the day. As a result, the Dragon Coast has always been the home of the smuggler, the pirate, the rogue, and the hired killer. It has been the place where those seeking to skirt the laws of more civilized nations to the north make landfall. It is here that the Red Wizards gain their access to the Western Heartlands, and where the cult of the dragon launches its plots to the south. And it is here that independent secret societies and assassin guilds have their greatest power. The last semblance of organized resistance to this trend was the reign of Verovan, the last of the kings of Westgate. The monarchy of Westgate had long worked closely with the various mercantile and pirate factions, but Verovan attempted to stem the growing power of the merchant houses and petty lords. His sudden and mysterious death without acceptable heirs in 1248 DR opened the door for much of what now is commonplace in the Dragon Coast, corruption and treachery. It should be noted that while Verovan's name is still venerated in these lands, better known is Imerk, the greatest of the Inner Sea pirates, a brash and flamboyant rogue who united a pirate fleet beneath him and ruled from 1164 DR to his death in 1201 DR. Such it is in the Dragon Coast that good people are venerated, but the power of darker rogues is imitated. Alright. Fair enough, I guess. History of Shadowdale 6. That's another new one. Kelban kills Jordan. Lord Jordan's rule of Shadowdale ended when he encountered Kelban Aronson, also called the Blackstaff. The story at the time was that Jordan accepted an invitation from Kelban to visit Waterdeep, and there he took ill and died. In reality, Jordan ambushed Kelban as the mage was leaving Shadowdale, and the Blackstaff killed him. In either case, Kelban took hold of the pendant of Ashaba, the symbol of the lordship in the Dales, and returned to Waterdeep with it, promising to send a suitable candidate for lordship to the Dales. Jordan had ruled for 5 years, and without his advocacy, Castle Crag was abandoned and the Zentil Keep troops routed. Jordan's previously chosen successor was a Melvaunton named Lyran, but without the pendant, this individual was considered a pretender to the throne. Now let's see if Mintz can handle that one. You gotta check upstairs. History of Durpar and Var the Golden. Yeah, that's new. Durpar and Var the Golden share a common history. Over 3,000 years ago, these countries were both subject to the great kingdom of Raurin. When Raurin fell in -2488 DR, the countries of Durpar and Var barely survived the destruction. Rioting, mass destruction, and hatred of nobility were rampant, and the two countries descended into barbarism for over 2 millennia. Finally, after most of the barbarian tribes were wiped out by the great empire of Mulhorand, a leader emerged. Satama, a mere traitor, experienced a divine revelation and formulated a new philosophy. All things in the world were connected, were part of a single creation spirit, and all of the gods of the realms were merely parts of the same entity. Soon all the Shining Lands embraced the teachings of Satama, and the seeds of civilization were laid in what came to be known as the Lands of the One. Since the Lands of the One had many natural resources, trade with Mulhorand and Luarin became a way of life. Merchants were honored above all. In time, the Maharaja of Durpar and the Raja of Var were replaced with a council of merchants. During this time, the land suffered occasional raiding attacks from the horsewomen of Dambrath, and had many skirmishes with the neighboring countries of Estegund and Ulgarth. In 1023 DR, after an armed peace had been worked out with Ulgarth, the Council of Merchants decided that something needed to be done about the raiders from Estegund who were hurting trade with other countries. War was an inconvenience, but interrupting trade was life-threatening. Jeradim, the richest merchant in the lands, was given power to negotiate a settlement. During these negotiations, he proved, at least in the eyes of the Druparians, that he was indeed the master trader he seemed. Estegund had just tried a foolish invasion of Dambrath. The vengeful female leaders of that land wiped out nearly every able-bodied fighting man they sent. The monsters of Veldorn were causing problems, and Estegund was going through a famine. It was here that Jeradim showed his fine merchant's instincts. He could not pass up such an advantage, and began bargaining the most outrageous trade of all time. He met with the leaders of Estegund, a fearful king and his nobles, and explained the advantages of Druparian life and the philosophy of the Adama, the oneness of all things. He bargained for days until finally the king made the trade. He purchased the whole of Estegund for the countries of Durpar and Var at the price of 24 gems. He also promised protection and help for their integration into the Druparian way of life. Thus were formed the Shining Lands. Within 100 years, the three countries shared a common way of life, and with the added strength and resources of Estegund, Durparian merchants increased their trading range. They roamed as far east as Karatur, as far north as the Sea of Fallen Stars, and west to Dambrath and Haurah. At the present time, with the newly discovered lands of Maztica and Zakara beckoning, the future looks bright. All right. Next. History of Haurah we have read. Alright, well, let's see if Minsk can force that.
This way.
Cool one, son. Butt kicking for goodness! Squeaky wheel gets the kick!
We'll go upstairs first. Usually a good
Squeaky
move.
wheel gets the kick!
Mace, Potion of Heroism, and a Jasper Gem. I think the Potion of Heroism is new. This potion is imbued with a powerful enchantment that will simulate a temporary increase in level. The effect lasts for 2 hours, which makes this potion a powerful ally in a deadly combat. This potion may only be used by warriors. Cool. Let's try this one.
Butt kicking for goodness!
Alrighty. No worries. Pass the goodies to Ajantis, and we'll move on to the next building.
Helm, as you will.
I think that might just be a piece of the Jovial Juggler. And that's just Landrin's house. So it might actually be time for another offload. We shall see. It is, in fact, time for another offload. Let's hit Thunderhammer first. And then Fell the Post. And then we have one last...
With Helm's blessing.
Building cluster to
I
loot.
can make whatever you wish for a wee little bit more than me competition.
We'll have to sell the Potion of Heroism at Fell the Post, so that's fine.
Yeah!
And last is up here, which I think is actually just one building, Gerard Travenhurst's Manor.
As you will.
You want some whiskey?
Alright, we are almost freaking done.
With Helm's blessing.
I'm worried I missed something over here. But I might not have. So here's Travenhurst Manor. You can see there's some goodies outside on the ground. Ironclad! Oh my gosh, hold on. I got an emote thanks to Ironclad's Mega Cheer. 500 bits, my god, thank you so much. And let's see what my emote is. Fight salad. Alright, whatever. Shared in. I have no idea why it means.
What you want?
Still going. Well, balls. Okay, hold on. How about now? Can you hear me now? Can you hear me now? Looks like you should be able to. I'm getting pickup on Streamlabs. Awesome. Okay. I don't know what the deal is, but thank you so much for the Mega Cheer, Ironclad.
I'm gone.
By hell! Yeah!
Yep. I'm gone.
My honor is my law. Yeah!
I should have joined the army.
Away with you, beggar!
Place, no need for us to get off on the wrong foot. I rather like company occasionally, but most of the townsfolk are a bit standoffish. And why, sir? You have a lovely home and seem quite amiable. Perhaps it is because of those two guards you have. A few visitors, it is unlikely they would voluntarily subject themselves to the apes at the door. Your social problems are no concern of mine. It was a rich-looking house, so I entered. It is well guarded, so I will leave. Number one. That is a fortunate possibility. They do seem to take a touch too much pleasure from their positions, but I'd sooner have them than not. I feel safe. Tree rampant about the countryside. In defeat. Though others contend this was just a result of a hatred that was already there. Whatever the cause, the battle was bloody and took over 100 years to complete. The attackers, but were greatly weak. They slowly declined, and the last mention of the gen is just under 6,000. And was dominated by nomadic tribes from various Chult, the Shar, the well, hold on. Never even thought to look at the headset end. There was a kink there that I undid. Maybe that'll fix it. 900 years ago, the Shun Empire abruptly vanished. A great magical upheaval was suspected at first, but learned mages of other lands dispute the claim. A force that great, they say, would have disturbed magical powers and beings throughout the realms, and that didn't happen. Sages who have studied the Shun at great length have reached no definite conclusions, but the most popular theories today center around a plague or disease that decimated the population. Today, the Shun impact on Kalimshan is still great. The grandeur of that empire is responsible more than anything else for the strong national character of Kalimshan today. The ruins of the Shun's greatest city, Monratavi Teshi Mir, can still be found in the wilderness to the west of the edge of the Forest of Mir. See below for more on Monratavi Teshi Mir. Since the fall of the Shun, no force or people has risen to solely dominate the land. There are a half dozen or so major cities, each of which exerts its power over its own area. About 170 years ago, a man in Kalimport amassed a large army and declared himself Pasha over the land. Before that army could march, however, the representatives of each major city met and agreed to recognize the Pasha's authority in limited areas and to pay a small tribute to him, enough to pay for the works the Pasha was expected to do. The oldest son of each Pasha inherits the title. If there is no son, the mayors of each large city select a new one. The current Pasha, Rashid Jenispool, has ruled for over 18 years and is the grandson of a Pasha elected by the mayors of Kalimshan 44 years ago. All right. Well, hooray. History of the North 1. That we've read. Empty. Good. History of the North 4. That we've read.
Helm, yeah!
History of the North 7. Yes, we've read that. Year of the Banner. That's it for the first floor. Let's take everybody upstairs.
I care not. This way.
My aunt, yeah!
You're a queen. I'm gone.
A dagger. History of Shadowdale 1. That's new. The fall of Asmare, last Drow Marshal of the Twisted Tower. The Drow rule of Shadowdale lasted until the early 900s Dale Reckoning, when the increased human population in the area brought the Dark Elves into conflict with their now more numerous neighbors. The humans were the Dalesmen who a millennium earlier had crossed the Dragon Reach and made peace with the Elves of Myth Draenor, settling at the borders of the Great Woods that was the Elven home. The Drow soon found themselves under continual attack, and most of those who held overground settlements retreated back below. The last powerful Drow leader was Asmare, the Marshal of the Twisted Tower, in its last Drow-held days. Asmare oversaw the last retreat of the Drow holdings in the face of a human uprising, and held the citadel against a year-long siege. With supplies and slaves brought up from the Underdark directly into the tower, the Drow could have conceivably held out forever. However, a human slave, family histories in the Dales indicate a number of possible individuals, poisoned the well in the tower, and the citadel was easily overrun. Asmare's body was not found among the dead, leading some to believe that he escaped back into the depths to rejoin his people. Noting the fact that he would have had to explain to his matriarch how he lost Shadowdale, it is much more likely that should Asmare have survived, he went into voluntary exile, hiding from both human and Drow. Given that this occurred only 400 years ago, it is certainly possible that Asmare still lives. Interesting. Okay. History of Shadowdale 2. I think that's another one. Ashaba becomes First Lord of Shadowdale. Upon taking the Twisted Tower and removing the Drowish yoke from the people, the Dalesmen had fully established the Dale of Shadowdale with its seat of power in the tower itself. Its first lord was a water wizard who had aided in the final attack, Ashaba, who was great in age when he ascended and ruled peacefully for 40 years thereafter. It is said that Ashaba realized he was dying and turned himself to water, merging with the river. Since that time, the river, the ford, and the Twisted Tower all bear his name. Before passing on, Ashaba chose one of his trusted lieutenants as the new Lord of Shadowdale. Presented to the people of the Dale, he was made the new Lord by acclamation. In an additional honor, the pendant worn by Ashaba was thereafter recognized as a symbol of the lordship in the Dale lands, and was possessed by each of the successive lords following. History of Shadowdale 3. Joadath and the Tyrist Massacre. The past 100 years have been an example of the best and worst of the lords of Shadowdale. All have been non-native to the Dale lands, though all made the land their home. A century ago, the lord of the Dales was one Joadath, a stiff-necked agnostic who denied the power of any god, good or evil, and used force to back up his beliefs. During this time, there was a great deal of religious persecution, including a massacre of Tyrists on Watcher's Knoll. Joadath was eventually killed by a beast of the nether plains summoned by parties unknown, which then proceeded to rampage through the Dale. The beast was killed and Shadowdale rescued by the spellcasters Omri and Sylune. Omri was proclaimed Lord by acclamation. Okay. Jantis' inventory is filling up. It's alright, though. Let me guess. History of Shadowdale 4. Omri rules in peace. The longest period of peaceful rule was by Lord Omri and his wife Sylune, better known as the Witch of Shadowdale. They ruled over the community for 40 years, a period of extended peace with their neighboring Dales, nations, and the Elven peoples. It was this very peace and power which made the Dale the target for attacks and sabotage by the Black Network, Zhentarim. They sought, and still seek, to control the trade from the Moon Sea to the Sword Coast, and desired to make Shadowdale a vassal state of Zentil Keep. Lord Omri's rule ended tragically when he was assassinated by Zentish agents. History of Shadowdale 5. Yep. Giordon the False Lord. Lord Omri was assassinated by Zhentarim agents who in turn were captured and killed by the warrior Giordon. Giordon, with the pendant of Ashaba in hand, the symbol of lordship in the Dales, proceeded to present himself as the new lord and was so acclaimed by the people. It was unknown to the people that Giordon was also an agent of the Zhentarim, and the entire proceeding had actually been a ruse. Giordon abandoned the Twisted Tower, instead establishing himself in Castle Crag, east of Shadowdale. His court was soon overrun with agents of the Black Network. When the people eventually revolted, Zentil Keep sent peacekeeping forces to maintain Giordon's rule. Sylune, Lord Omri's widow, now aware of the deception but a firm pacifist, did her best to keep the Dale healthy and intact during Giordon's evil rule. Interesting. Now, I'm sure the next is History of Shadowdale 6, but I'm equally sure we've actually already read that one. Kelban kills Giordon. Yes. We've read that one. I think that's gonna... Yep, Aegiantis' inventory is full. We'll put it on Pro Tag. That's fine. History of Shadowdale 7. Lords accepted by acclamation. This acclamation of the people has formed the basis for choosing the Lord of Shadowdale since the routing of the evil Lord Giordon by Kelban Blackstaff. Usually a predecessor will step down as opposed to dying in office, and his chosen successor will be approved by the populace at large. This system has had its drawbacks, as will be shown below, but in general it has served the independent, self-willed people of the Dale very well. They have avoided the genetic lottery of which good bureaucracies and bad kingships are made, a quote from the Venerable Elminster. The symbol of the lordship is the pendant of Ashaba, a device owned by the original wizard and used to determine the rightful lord of the Dale. Empty. Empty. Alright. Let's check this little bedroom now. Pass both of these to ProTag and see if he can identify. Wand of Lightning. The possessor of the wand can discharge a bolt of lightning. As it passes through a creature, it does 66 points of damage with a save versus wand for half. The bolt will continue through the target and proceed to rebound until expended. Pretty fucking good. Alright. Let's see if Minsk... Well, let's check the rest. And then we'll see if Minsk can handle any of the holdouts. Empty. Alright. So we just need to see...
Butt kicking for goodness!
If Minsk can open this one. He can...
Helm! Give me... Yeah!
Alright, let's go offload.
As you will.
Because that is it for Beregost.
This
Thank
city
God.
has a sense of evil about it.
That
with Helm's blessing.
was a lot.
As you will.
I can make whatever you wish for a wee little bit more than me competition.
Now to Feldeposts.
As you will. Yeah!
You want some whiskey?
Not gonna buy the Wand of Lightning, huh?
I got some cheap beer for you.
Well, we'll just hold on to that until we have someone who is willing to buy it. Alright, that is it for Beregost. Let me make an anchor save. Let me think for a moment about what I want to do next. I think we're going to call it a stream here, but give me just a moment. Do 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 do. Yeah. So I'm going to travel west to High Hedge, and I'm going to end the stream there. Sorry for the delay. Just had to look at my notes, look at what's available to me, and make sure that's the next good thing to do. And
With
in fact,
Helm's
it is.
blessing.
All is well and settled. Let's take a jaunt to the west. Hi, Carefree. I am about to wrap up, but yes, you caught the very tail end of the stream. All right, so here we are at High Hedge, and this is where I'm going to leave it for today. This has been 8 whopping hours of Let's Play Baldur's Gate, but we've got our full final party. We've fully explored a few maps, including the town of Beregost, which was a heck and a hassle, to say the least. And now we're ready to explore High Hedge, which is like the Thunderhammer Smithy, another area with very expensive gear that we very much want and will be coming back to once we're swimming in gold later in the game. For now, we're going to explore the map, we're going to chat with the dude. That's all going to happen next time on Let's Play Baldur's Gate. The next stream should be on Monday evening. At the usual time, 8 p.m. So hopefully I will see you all there. To those of you who joined me live on Twitch, thank you so much for being here. Thank you for sharing my birthday stream with me. If you're new and you enjoy what you saw, I hope you will hit that follow button so that you can see every time we go live in the future. Again, next time is going to be Monday evening, my time. If you're watching later on YouTube, if you enjoy the content, please like the video. And if you're worried about missing streams or just can't make it because you're on a different continent or whatever, please subscribe to the channel. All of my content eventually makes its way over to YouTube, so subscribing ensures that you won't miss anything. Finally, regardless of the platform you're on, I hope you will consider joining our Discord server. The link to do so is in the Twitch channel description and or the YouTube video description. The Discord is where I make official channel announcements. It's where we discuss the games you'd like to see me play, and it's where there's a cool, fun, growing community of people who like video games just like you and me. As I said, next stream, more Baldur's Gate, checking out High Hedge on Monday evening. Happy birthday to me. Thank you for joining me. I know I'm old, but not as old as some of you and older than a lot of you. And that sentence is probably true about literally everybody. Hope to see you Monday. Take care. Enjoy your weekend. Bye-bye.